That's a lot of fan noise. W2BTK.
Hello CQ, hello CQ, hello CQ. Calling CQ, CQ, calling the CQ. CQ, anybody there on AM? CQ AM from Kilo Foxtrot 2 Gal Victor, KF2GV. Hello CQ, hello CQ, hello CQ. Anybody out there in AM land? Anybody out there in AM land from KF2GV?
Nope, nobody here.
Good. Maybe you can help me play with my brand new radios and get things set up.
You mean you just got that?
Yes, yes, yes.
Stand by, let me adjust my real old radio. Give me a second.
Is that you, Dave?
Alright, that's close enough. It sounds good. W2VW.
For KF2GV, 3.873. Do you agree?
Yeah, that's where you are. I can't get on 3873. I hear a dumb noise on that frequency, but I'm really close.
Yeah.
Who is that out? W2BTK.
5, is that okay?
I don't want to go up any higher. I don't want to get close to the activity. Hi, Billy. I'm on 72 and change, so wherever you are is just fine.
All right, I'm going to go down to 72. Not a problem. Okay. All right, I just got it. It's the A2 FTDX 101MP. And I'm just using the VL1000 linear amplifier. And when I talk, it says, oh, peak about 400 watts peak. But when I unkey, it's, let's see, about maybe 150 watts.
Yeah, okay. Well, it sounds good. It's not all messed up, you know, like sometimes you hear guys with modern radios and their audio is really crap. Yours doesn't have any of that. Got plenty of signal down here. Yeah, that sounds expensive. How you hearing him, Billy? I'm on, well, you know where I am. You can tell.
I'm hearing him okay here.
Hey, Billy, where are you located?
I'm in New Jersey as well.
Yeah, you're 40 over. 40 over into Syosset. My handle is Jack. My name is Jack, like in hijack an airplane. And the call is Kilo, Foxtrot 2, Golf Victor. I'm in Syosset.
Hi there, Jack. Yeah, you got both of you guys are coming in here great. I don't have an S meter, but really tremendous signals.
Yeah, and like I said, I don't know what the. I'm using a brand new radio. Just got it. Just hooked it up today. This FTDX 101MP, and it's, boy, is it fancy schmancy.
Yeah, I've heard a lot of people drooling over those.
Yeah, they have every reason to. It really is. Listen, I don't know 1/10 of it, but I got it on the air, and I got it running through the VL1000. So apparently I must have done something right, and I didn't screw the audio up too bad.
That's the new one?
What's that?
Is that that's the one that just came out, like the brand new one?
The latest and greatest that they got. I think it's maybe a year old, but yes, that's the one.
They still got the narrow bandwidth AM in that. And you probably can't open it up, can you?
I think I can. I'll have to go look. I think there is a thing to open it up.
Well, it sounds okay. You don't have articulated S and T sounds, but the audio you have is good.
Okay, all right. And I'm using the microphone, the $650 Yaesu microphone in addition.
Wow, that's worth more than my whole entire station. Well, anyway, good luck with that. And congratulations. That's exciting, especially when I didn't have to pay for it.
Right. And the best part is you get to listen to it.
That's true. You got to listen to my stuff, and I got to listen to your stuff. So who's getting the benefit here?
You won. I lose.
Well, wait a minute. My signal's not that bad that you lose.
No, your signal's great. Sounds fabulous. You're 30 to 35 over. 30 to 35 over.
Well, that's no good. You gave my buddy a 40 over, and I only get 30 to 35 over? I want to recount.
That's the truth. It's 30 to 35. It's Syosset.
Yeah, but I sound all yellowy with a bunch of blower noise. A lot of blower noise today.
Yeah, you're 40. You're 40 over.
That ain't right.
Yeah, but my audio is crappier because I got all this noise.
Okay, all right, but signal choice is better.
They only CBers care about stuff like that.
Ooh, that was a double.
That was a double. I thought there was something with AM that I could fiddle with here to make it wider.
I'm sure there is. You got a RTM. Did they deliver that to you, or did you pick it up somewhere?
I picked it up. I live in the Syosset, and down to AM Radio Outlet in Delaware yesterday. I was able to 45 minutes, and I was doing. The car would not. My wife's vehicle would not go over 117 miles an hour. That was it.
Yeah, I hate when that happens. We did that last time. We went down to HRO. We were going 105 the whole way. Yeah. You could have just gone over to Lafayette Radio, no?
Yeah, sure. You go back in a time machine also.
That was a fun trip. If that's the one you're talking about.
Yeah, it's a blast. And the cops are down where they normally are at 3 and at 2. Which I do. I use Waze, and I got a radar detector, so I knew where they were. There weren't very many of them. There's only 2 of them that I saw on the whole road. It's great.
when we went to HRO, one of the guys that was with us was picking up all the radios to see which one was heavier.
Oh, is that what he was doing? You can't go in the store.
Well, yeah. We're talking a while back here, but yeah.
Yeah, they shut the store down. That's the they do. Yeah, I have another radio here that I can listen from the software, and I have to put a headset on and
I can't hear this guy.
Anyway, and I'm not seeing.
Oh, this probably sounds like crap. I got my mic going.
And I got this thing. I don't know why it's
Jeez.
peak, but because I got it cranked all the way back, and it's under 200, way under 100 watts out.
Hello?
WFE, old school with.
Is that Daryl?
I have no idea. That was very low here.
I gotta say, whoever that was, I really didn't get what you were trying to say.
That was Brian, W3MMR.
QRP.
Okay, well, it was, and now it's not. Hello. Hi, Perry. Hi, Brian.
All right, now I'm running. Okay, there we go. When I don't talk, about 250 watts. 250 when I do talk. It says the peak runs around 600. I have it set pretty low. Let's see. Yeah, 220 watts. 220 watts when I'm just idle.
Well, you should be able to get some signal reports from people down further away who just checked in, so that'd be good.
Okay, this is Kilo Foxtrot 2 Golf Victor, Jack in Syosset, New York. Kindly fondle two gorgeous virgins, KF2GV, Syosset.
You're 20 over here, Jack, in Southeast PA, in Delaware County, 7 miles southwest of Philadelphia. Sounding good down here.
Yeah, and you're about 18 to 19 dB over here into Syosset.
Phew, boy, that's pretty accurate.
Very accurate. I mean, this radio is incredible. It's a brand new FTDX 101 MP, and the radio isn't bad. It's only $4,400. When you add up all the little trinkets, it comes up to $54.54, and I got to tell you something. It's fantastic. It's I think a lot better than my old FT1000 Delta.
Okay. Well, cool. It's the first one I've heard on AM. So, yep, it's working.
Yeah, and you like the audio? I sound okay?
W3MMR.
W3MMR in the group, KF2GV. Do you like my audio?
Yeah, sounds fine. Sounds like a, sounds a little better than, stock rice box quality audio. I think it sounds pretty good.
Yeah, well, I paid $650 for the microphone that I'm using, and that's the Yaesu M1 mic, which it's unbelievable. It's all the different settings you can set it for. But I'm using the default setting.
Oh, you got a lot of money wrapped up there. $6,000 between the radio and the mic. It's I would hope it worked. It works, But it sounds fine. I think it sounds okay down here. I'm sure everybody else would agree.
Yeah, I can make a recording.
Okay, let me hear what it sounds like. If you can make a recording, I can do the same thing if I can figure out how to make the recording. So this is KF2GV, Jack in Syosset, Long Island, New York, and I'll stand by for the recording.
Hi, Phil.
The air, because that's only going to degrade it.
This is WB2RON. My name is Ron, and I'm out here in Ridge, Long Island, and I'm making an MP3 recording. I just looked on QRZ, and you do have an email address. So what I can do is send you the recording as an MP3 file, and you'll hear exactly what it sounds like.
Yeah, just send it to the kf2gv@aol.com. I will get it. And that's fine. That's great. Just so I can hear what it sounds like over an iPhone.
Over an iPhone? Well, I hope you have good earphones to plug into that. I mean, you're not going to use the speaker on the phone to judge it.
No. I have the earpods and things. I have good headsets. I have all kinds of all wireless Bose equipment to listen to it.
Okay, fine. Yeah, okay. It sounds okay. It sounds fine. All right, Jack. I'll just be on this side here. I'll send you the recording in a little while.
Okay, that's perfect. And how strong am I out there? How strong am I? Over.
Yeah. You almost. Somebody was joking before. You're not an ex-CBer, are you?
Oh, well, listen. I was an ex-CB, but I got into CB when I was for my bar mitzvah. I bought a Comsat 25B because you had to know the code back then, and of course I was not going to learn the code. Yes, I was an ex-CB. Obviously, when I was 13 and 14 years old, I became a ham radio operator in 1974. That's when we became my wife, myself. My mother, my father, my brothers, my sisters, we all became hams in 1974. But technically, yeah, I'm an ex-CBer. KOD 7072. I even remember my call sign, over.
Yeah, the only reason I bring it up is because CBers, I remember way back when. I also had a 25B, and they were obsessed with S-meter readings. That's why I brought that up. You're about 20 over out here. It's really all about the audio when it comes down to it, though, but your signal is fine.
Yeah, no, I know. I'm aware of that. But, like I said, I'm using the VL1000 linear amplifier, and I got it cranked back. Like I said, let me just look at it a second. 220 watts in idle, and it's a 1240 watt machine. So, what do you think I should leave that at?
Well, I'm not going to go into the technicals with you right now. The other guys can handle that. You're out at about 3.2K on the audio.
W2BTK.
Nice if that could be opened up a little bit. It'll give you a little bit more in the mids and highs. Give you a little more punch, a little more articulation. That's the word to use. That's about. You'll hear it on the recording. I have an excellent receiving setup here. The guys will attest to that. I send recordings often to operators, and they can hear precisely what they're sounding like. So the radio I'm using is the Anon 7000. It's an SDR radio with an excellent audio system, and so you're going to hear exactly what it sounds like. Anyway, Jack, let me back out of here and let you continue talking with the other guys. Anyway, you're sounding fine out here, and a good signal. And of course, as you probably know, the signal is so dependent on conditions, the antenna and conditions. So it's kind of hard to really judge. But from Syosset, that's an excellent signal. I have to say that, because you're not really at an ideal distance for this. So you do have an excellent signal out here, Jack. All right. Anyway, 7-3, I'll be on the phone, and we'll get you out the MP3 in a little while. KF2GV, this is WB2RON.
WB2RON, KF2GV. Okay, best of 73s, and I'll be looking forward to it. And beautiful signal here also. Yeah, my antenna is right with the apex up at 90 feet. Full wave dipole, apex up at 90 feet, favoring east to west. 73.
73, Jack. Yeah, and I went the opposite direction you did on the mic. I took the cheap route. My microphone's $20. It's a $20 mic. So I didn't put a lot into the mic. 73's WB2RON is clear.
Got the dinner call. And I'm drifting down the band here. So I'm going to go get dinner. See you guys later. Good luck, Jack, with that new rig. I don't care what my S-meter reading is. But when W2BTK is coming in better than me, then I don't know, I have to reflect upon that. I don't know what I did wrong in my life. Anyway, I'll be listening. W2 very weak here on Beechwood Mountain. I'll be back later.
Okay, thanks for the warning from KF2GV.
Yeah, all right, Dave. That sounds good. I think I'm going to jump out of here as well and take care of a few things around here. So, nice catching up with you for a couple minutes. And, yeah, return to normal amateur use. W2BTK. See ya.
Roger, right on.
Hello, Dave. Hello, Billy. KB3WFB. Radio. Just pile of junk work.
WB2JCC.
Hold on a second. Yeah. Alright, maybe I just need to talk up on it. There it is, KB3WFV. Hello Perry, hello Billy, hello Dave and Jack. KB3WFV. Oh well. Old school FT101.
Yeah, I just want to get on and talk to Dave for a minute. Jesus. But we got kind of dive bombed, and Ron took over, and we didn't get to talk at all. So whatever. I'm gonna listen for a minute. I'll let the stream roll. And when I come back into the shack, I'll try again. A little early yet. Well, not really. So it should pick up any minute.
Testing. Another ham radio night. Oh well.
Static over here.
Whiskey 3, Oscar Hotel.
Good evening.
Yeah, good evening, Brian. Yeah, no, radio sounds good.
The old school FT101. You want to remember how to run this damn thing.
I can definitely tell when you're not up against the mic, though.
Yeah, well, I guess I can turn the mic gain up. Does that help any?
Yeah, your last broadcast, I could tell you were pulling away from the microphone, so you got kind of low.
No, I'm trying to turn the mic gain up. I don't know when the last time I used a D10-4. Oh, I'm sorry. That's a D104. I can turn the mic gain up.
I would say compared to your normal setup, you could tell you're missing a little bit of the width. You're a little higher pitch.
Yeah, no bottom end. Let's see here. I'm not even sure what frequency I'm on. Well, here, we'll turn the mic gain wide open. There it is.
You definitely got louder, but you can pick up the distortion now. And you're down at 3.8726.
Okay. Well. See if I can do something about that. That should be 30. Nope. Stop! I have no idea. No. You tell me.
There you go. Leave it.
Yeah, it was kind of funny watching your carrier and the pan adapter just going all around the place.
Well, you know, it's a blind guy hunting around.
And that's not a joke. Good evening, Brian and Dave and Ron. I think it sounds fine now, Brian. Just stay up on the mic. I had to get used to that with my D104 on the DX100. Like, I hold the thing in my hand, and I'm very conscious of where I'm, how close I'm talking to it, because the second you back away from it, you're not, if you're used to like this Anon or Flex or anything with like AGC or ALC, that automatically, brings the level up if you back up a little bit or so on and so forth. Yeah, you can really tell if you move like a quarter inch away, but you sound good now that you cranked the mic gain up.
Well, you guys can hang out and
Brian, even a blind squirrel finds a nut
help
every
this
once
guy
in a
with his
while.
radio.
That's right.
I'm gonna go take care of a couple things. I'm gonna come back in a few.
The funny part about it here is I haven't used this radio in years.
Turn on my stuff.
And it's been even longer than
get
that
on
since
here.
I've used the D10-4. Oh, I'm sorry.
AFK
D104
for a few.
static lollipop mic. And, I don't know, Perry. This is kind of like trying to figure out how to tune a carbureted car.
Brian, it sounds really good. I think it sounds really good. Not quite as full as the your E-Rig, but dude, it has plenty of low end response, plenty of high end response. It's not restricted at all. You know, it just sounds like a really good sounding, you know, FT101 with a D104. I am impressed with it, and I think it sounds fantastic. And if it was me, I wouldn't do anything else to it.
Yeah, well, if I had the, I don't think I have a cable made up for it anymore. I can plug the audio gear into it, but I don't have a cable made up for it anymore, so it's going to stay the D104. Yeah, it's kind of fun to play old school for a little while.
Your last two transmissions were definitely much more better than the
if you have something running in the shack or a slight hum, but I mean it's not bad at all. It's just a tinge.
Yeah, I'm not sure if that's from. Well, here I picked the 104 up off the desktop here. What I should do, I need to put the 3-prong power cable on this thing. Either that or switch it over to 12 volts. Because, you know, some of these old rigs you get the running your hands across the metal case and you feel that little twinge. So, I don't know if that made a difference or not. It may be with the rig.
Yeah, it got a little better. I can still hear it a little bit, but I mean, I'm really splitting your ears here. I wouldn't be worried about it. But yeah, it sounds cool, man. Good deal.
What sounded cool was your recording last night. That was pretty good.
Did you guys listen to it?
Yeah, I poked through a couple of it this morning here. I don't know, about 30 minutes of it or so, but that's pretty wild how all that works. How you get your screen capture and everything with the pan adapter and the waterfall and all the audio to go with it. That's pretty cool.
Yeah, I went back and watched that this morning too. That was cool.
Yeah, thanks. I enjoy it. You know, it keeps me busy. You know, when I'm just sitting here screwing off and not really doing anything. You know, I figured I might as well do something in the background, you know. But, excuse me, good Lord. I normally don't burp on the air. Huh. Starting to sound like Timothy. Anyway, beautiful day. 81 degrees out right now. 81 in the shack, 81 outside. W3 MMR.
And 1 GTU.
I know!
What's happening, Brian?
Huh?
I'm just on the El Valiente here, and hopefully everything's good. I'm tuned up good. It's good. I wonder how this thing sounds like. It got the antenna back up. One of the ends fell with all the wind we had. Broke the support rope, so I shot it back up. It's not as high as where it should be, but I'm just running the microphone into the DBX, then right into the back of the Valiant, so hopefully it sounds okay.
Stay up on the mic and turn the mic in up a tinge. Just almost having that effect with Brian a minute ago.
And I turn the output up like 2 notches.
Get right up on it. Your audio comes up and it sounds fine, but the minute you like move to the side a little bit, it starts going. There goes Mike. There he goes past the mic. There he goes.
You just move the mic around like this. Just spin it around in circles in front of you.
Oh, wait. Maybe the expander gate is on. Let me check. Hold on.
Oh, yeah.
There we go. The expander gate was on. Is this a little better, Perry?
That I pulled out and was playing with, which was a lot of fun today. But, well, I understand you no longer need it.
Sorry about that, Brian, but it's still all your fault. I mean, you're the one who got your hooks into me, so yeah, sorry about that. Yeah, I guess I gotta wait about 2 weeks though.
Yeah, well, I feel really, really bad because, like, I tore up the room here and, you know, had to at least to help me find a cable for it, and, you know, I just feel really bad about that. But, oh well. Had a lot of fun anyways. Congratulations.
Thank you, sir. Well, I mean, I have no problem still borrowing it, but maybe I'll just buy the beer and have you over and play with the new one when it comes in.
Oops. Yeah, there you go. This one's quirky anyways. So, I probably should put it away before I blow something up. Stop that. W1DDH KB3WFE, good evening.
Alright, I think this thing had the downward expander was turned on, so I turned that off. I don't know why that was on, but maybe someone was fiddling with something.
Holy Blano.
Is that better?
Yeah.
Alright, excelente. Yeah, I'm seeing much more modulation on the modulation monitor, so not bad for the Valiant. There's no hard limiter, but it's just a microphone going to the little tiny mixer board I have, and that feeds out to the DBX, and it comes out balanced to a little tiny transformer that feeds the Valiant.
Hey Blaine, are you hearing me?
I sure am. How you doing?
Doing well. Can I say hello to the braking station?
Sure, go ahead.
The braking station out of Southwest Virginia, go ahead. Doing well here near Annapolis, Maryland. We hear you fine. Name here is Brian Bravo Romeo India Alpha November. Who's that? Alright, do you spell it with an I or a Y? Like this guy already. Blaine, are you hearing Brian out of Virginia?
Yes, I am. Pretty good. Good signal, Brian. I'm in Danbury, Connecticut on a Johnson Valiant. We're also down on 73. I noticed you're up on 75, but that's why I didn't hear you at first. It took a few seconds for my synchronous detector to lock in.
Oh no, this frequency is full of interruptions. In fact, that's what makes the frequency so fun, is that it's interruptible. But it sounds really good to you. What kind of rig is it, Brian? I'm moving to Carolina. They got much bigger trees down there. 100-foot antennas. You guys. Dave, are you hearing him?
I am. His radio sounds good. A little further up the band, but yeah, I'm impressed with that. I think you said it's a Yaesu 857D. That's the mobile rig, isn't it?
This stupid alarm. There we go. Come on down to 3873. I don't know why that's doing that. Whatever.
That's the frequency we're on. Yeah, no problem. Good evening. Name here's Perry. Papa Echo Romeo Romeo Yankee. We're in Chester, Pennsylvania, right 7 miles southwest of Philadelphia. And you're coming in fairly well here. Since when I turned my signal detector off, I could hear you. Everybody was keying like, trying to lock in. But yeah, the AC sounds fine up here. You're putting in a good signal, so good evening.
Yeah, I appreciate that. Okay, 3873 on frequency. About 2 kc high. Hopefully that'll be to your liking. Go ahead.
I don't know why it's doing that. Alright, enough of this old school stuff. I'll be back.
I can see now why Brian wanted me to borrow that.
Hello, Perry. Everybody out there. Just came in the radio room. KD2AFL. Hello, Daryl. Alright, Perry. Sound good up here. Strapping. Just woke up. Yeah, me too. I spent most of the day sleeping. Got up early. Was on the radio from like 4 until about 9. And then did some stuff around the house and went back to sleep. Yeah, I was up early. Cutting the grass. Cleaning up around the house. So, I don't have to do it. I just go to work all week and kick back and say, oh, don't have to do no housework. Alright. Just turned this thing on too, so, I'll let this thing warm up. I don't even know who all out there, so. Good evening, everybody. I just woke up. But, alright. Alright, Perry. Take care. KD2AFL, the glass from the past. Man, I gotta mow my grass, man. I woke up this morning and it was all wet outside and raining. So I didn't. And now here we are. It's nice and sunny out, so I would imagine tomorrow morning should be good, unless it rains again tonight. But I have to cut it tomorrow. Tomorrow's my last day off on my little 3-day mini vacation, and I gotta get it done. I hear that. Because it grows fast. Alright. It's a good day up here. So I'll just kick back. Might make me a drink. Alright, Perry. KD2AFL, the glass from the past. I'll be listening, and I'll be right back. All righty.
Hey, Daryl. How you doing? Hey, Perry, out of curiosity, how does this Yaesu FTDX 3000 sound compared to the old school FT101E and the 857 with some sound like some fancy equipment behind it?
Excuse me. Well, it sounds a little more restricted than the 101 does. You know, you can really, tell the top end restriction at 3.2 kilohertz or whatever, 3 kilohertz. And it sounds fine. It doesn't sound bad. I've definitely heard a lot of rice boxes that sound a lot worse. And yours does not sound bad by any stretch of the imagination. It's plenty loud. It's actually almost enjoyable to listen to sometimes for a change of pace, you know. Yeah, the gentleman's 857. Excuse me. I think sounds good. I like the way yours sounds better than the 857, and that's just personal taste. I don't think his 857 sounds bad by any means. I just liked how your audio is a little more punchy, you know, and it kind of cuts through, and it's easier to listen to and easier to hear, because I have a slightly higher noise level than most here, and it's a little higher than normal tonight, so it's really, really super easy to hear you, and plus you're putting out a banging signal.
Okay, I appreciate that. I was just curious that on my end, his 857 sounded pretty good compared to the recording that Brian sent me the other day, but hopefully some of that will change in maybe about 2 weeks. I got a Flex 6400 coming.
Oh boy, there you go. Well, if you want to hear what it sounds like, I'm live streaming right now. You can go on my YouTube channel and then just rewind it. And you can compare it to the 101 and to the 857. So I think I've been recording for 14 minutes and 12 seconds, so I should have all three on there. So you can check it out now or wait till later, and you know, you can get more audio on here and or whatever you want to do. But yeah, it's up there for you to check out.
That was AM Window on YouTube?
Yep, the AM Window, or the AM Window on YouTube. On the tube, man. Yep. What are you doing, Blaine? Why are you on the El Valiente?
I'm down at the girlfriend's house. We broke the quarantine. Now she'd come up to see me on Thursday, and things went well. So I said, well, I came down here this weekend, got one end of the antenna back up, and we're fighting. There's so many freaking vines up in those trees, and you hit them, and they're up at about 30 feet or so. So it got stuck. So I tightened it up, put up pressure. There's only a few small branches and stuff, but I got to get it up a little higher. The rope itself goes up high, but the freaking thing got caught on some vines. But it's about 30 feet on one end, 30 feet on the other. But hopefully I'm sounding okay, and I'm gonna have to go back and rewind your YouTube to see how it sounds. Rewind your YouTube.
Rewind the boob. Sounds good. I mean, it sounds as good as your E-Rig, to be honest with you. Now that the downward expander's turned off.
I don't know how that got on, because I usually don't run those things. I must have, maybe when I was moving equipment, I bumped it up or something that happened. So, yeah, what I got here is the Valiant. I'm showing like 110 watts, maybe 115, and I'm hitting about 120% positive peaks on the audio. So hopefully I'm not overdriving it too much, but it's looking okay, fine.
And hello to Clark, if that's Clark out there. I think it sounds fine.
Are you calling for Botswana?
Yeah, I'm looking for Botswana here on the Big 85. I'm trying to see if I can work Botswana.
I don't know.
Yo, my man.
You in touch with Botswana?
Oh, did Bear strap me? Hello, Dave, W2BTK.
Hello, hi Bear, hi Billy, and anybody else from Botswana. Just try to break in between.
Botswana?
I don't think I like the sound of that very much. Backguano. Nah.
I'm pretty sure that's what I heard. Calling for Botswana. You want a truckload?
Yeah, your decoder's got problems, man. You're probably trying to decode square waves, and it's I'm trying to transmit pseudo sine waves here. It's integration of many sine waves at the same time, which does funny things. But yeah, you better turn the square wave off.
man, you know, there's so many knobs. I just don't know which one to turn anymore. Oh man, I gotta get a simpler radio, one with like only like an on-off button, frequency control, and a volume, and then I'd be able to understand what everybody's trying to tell me. Oh man, I always wanted to learn how to run a radio.
As long as all you're doing is turning the knobs, that's fine.
I don't even know what to say about that. That's ridiculous.
Well, anyway, this is W2 very weak.
Yeah.
W2BTK warming up.
Hi-ho. Well, I had a wonderful day today. Let's see. I ran the Lorne, L-O-R-N-E, the Lorne tractor around the Lorne Green. Yeah, just so my neighbors could smile. I'm the only Lorne in the neighborhood that doesn't throw down copious amounts of cancer-causing agents. As a result, my lawn is full of squirrels and birds. Some flowers. They just don't want to go over to the other people's lawns. So I did that. See, I fixed my trap on a sink that had just like corroded through after only 60 years. Yeah, I put a different one on, and that was fun. A little torch action. It's always good to run a torch on a blazing hot day. Let's see. Did that. I'm sure you guys are like sitting on the edge of your seats here. Let's see what else I did. Let's see. I anti-COVID washed 30 dB qubit preamp that I picked up from ePay and some small humper cables for R390s. Gave them the soap wash. They're totally COVID free. Baked them in the sun for that shortwave UV action. Are you guys listening, strapping me yet? No, that's good. Not running duplex today. Let's see, what else did I do? I did something else of note. No laundry. No. Oh yeah, I put the chainsaw attachment. It's a pole saw on the end of the weed whacker. And I whacked some branches. Oh man, I felt very manly. WB2GCR.
Well, that's all very exciting. How many critters do you think you displaced while you were mowing?
No, none. They come back in the morning and the late evening. You know, early evening. That's when they show up. No, they were fine. I watched with amusement, and I also dropped off TRH's birthday present at his QTH, where I spied a genuine Stancore transmitter and some other phasing transmitter. It had beautiful.
Dude, every time I try to get on and talk to Dave, it's like somebody interjects.
Seeing eye dog. Tube. Seeing eye tube. Magic eye tube. Seeing eye tube. What a jerk, eh? Yeah, seeing eye tube. That's what it is.
What the hell is this guy doing?
Magic eye tube on it. I forget the brand. Something I don't recall. And he had one of them. Oh, that was lovely.
Cool, Bear.
Hey, Billy. How's your radios doing?
My radio's doing well.
Oh, radio.
They're out there. Give me one moment. It's not noisy enough in here.
Yeah, turn something else on really loud.
Yeah, Billy's gonna get that thing going and kick sand in my face.
Well, last night the guy who was kicking a lot of sand was on. Were you guys listening in?
Test.
73.
Well, I was on FT8 last night working the world.
I don't even. That's why I don't have an extra yet. I haven't gotten to that chapter in the extra study for FT8. FT8 is a crystal holder.
I fell asleep early last night. I didn't even do any FT8. Bear, you should try it. Then you'll know, how your antenna works. Wow, the reflective power's up a little bit today. Maybe I should go take a look at the antenna tuner. Can you hear my blower, Bear? In the background there? Whizz. A lot of air moving here. It's enough air to actually slightly oscillate my TV. Like it's on a wall mount over there, and it just kind of shakes back and forth, does a little wiggle, does a little dance. W2BTK.
No, what are you talking about?
Good.
Is that a surplus Saturn V blower?
Yeah, it's the NASA sticker got peeled off, but it was sun baked in there, so you could still kind of see NASA on the side.
From Nassau down in the Bahamas? What?
Nassau's got it, a whole lot of soul. I feel all right. I didn't do it with enough soul. I'm sorry.
No, Nassau County, New York, Bear.
Oh, okay, yeah. I see. Well, this is, I'm new to this stuff. I'm a little slow.
Well, anyway, Billy, it's apparent that there's something going on there. It sounds great, man. Are you getting ready for the contest?
He's got a pack.
Yeah. No, I'm getting ready for the net. I'm going to try my damnedest to check into the pre-net, if I can.
Wait, he has a parrot?
I think there's one-way propagation. Nobody's going to hear you.
No, it's all right. What was I going to do? Oh, I was going to touch up the antenna tune, because it's up a little bit today. It's 11 watts reflected. Uh-oh.
Leave it the hell alone. And for God's sake, don't touch it up while you're transmitting.
Yeah. Oh, here's Boo Boo. She's interested in what's going on in here.
Hey, Boo Boo. Smarter than the average bear.
She might think she's a bear, but she's just a really cute kitty cat.
Gotham looks like a black sheep.
Anyway, it's a couple of minutes before the top of the hour, so I want to let everybody know this is WB2GCR in Small Bunny.
W2 very weak on Beechwood Mountain.
And W2BTK on Montana Mountain. My cat kind of looks like a small bunny sometimes.
Well, stick a couple of cotton balls on his tail. I mean, I can't say that in the air. On his derriere and see if he hops. She hops, whatever.
Well, it certainly was a beautiful day. Went to the Home Improvement Center with the XYL, and the parking lot was the fullest we've ever seen it. And I looked at her, and she looked at me, and we were like, nope, not going to do it. So then we went to the competing Home Improvement Center, and it was almost as bad. And then we went to the Garden Center, and it was the same. So we turned the car around, came back up the mountain here, and sat on the porch.
Smart.
Not bad. Probably a good choice. You know, that's what everyone did today. I mowed the lawn kind of like Bear, but I did the whole thing, 1 point whatever acres. Took a few hours, and I hit a big-ass rock toward the end of it, and it really was pretty sketchy stuff. No bueno at all. Riveting, huh? That's cool, though. I was looking to, like, sit out on the porch a little, but now here I am in the shack on the radio, running a blower. Oh, my My reflective power is creeping up, too. That's what I don't like. Hello, hello, hello. Well, my forward power is creeping around, too. Huh. Weird stuff. W2BTK, I gotta get used to this.
Speed line is melting.
See if you can break it.
Heating up. Whoop, whoop, whoop. There we go. Back down oh, no, there you go. Who knows? Who cares? Look at me, ham radio. Whoop, whoop.
I told you about the transmitter designer, engineer guy who told me to see if I could break my transmitter at work, right?
No.
The transmitter, a commercial transmitter, or he told you at work to break your transmitter?
It was a commercial transmitter, and I couldn't figure out what was wrong with the damn thing. It had an intermittent where it would just kick out, and when it did, it would dump a ridiculous load on the 480 feed. We're talking enough to trip a 225 ampere breaker at 480 volts that had been running fine, and it would trip. It was totally intermittent. Sometimes it would run for 5 minutes, or it would run for 5 hours, or it would run for a day and a half, or it would run for a week. It was very, very frustrating. And this thing, when it faulted, it was so nasty that you could hear the 500 MCM cables inside the conduit whacking against the conduit on the primary when it faulted.
Wow, what brand of transmuter was it?
Well, that was a Comark, which is a Thompson, Tomcast, what else did they call themselves? Thales, same company. They're up there in Southwick, Massachusetts.
Huh. Well, what did it turn out to be, or you just left?
Well, I spent the whole weekend over, actually Christmas Eve we wrapped it up. I worked Christmas Eve, and I got a black car from there to a party with the guy. And this is a guy who was, doctorate in electrical engineering. He designed numerous things, including some of the scanners, that they use for cancer patients. Very, very bright guy. Anyway, he was on the design team for the transmitter, and him and I went through the thing, and I had outlined everything that I tried, and of course him and I did it together just to make sure, because that's how you do it. And when we exhausted that, there was nothing left to do. It's like, I don't know what the hell's wrong with this thing, keep trying. And he wrote up a big report, we submitted it to the brass, and it said try to break it. And that's what I was left with.
All right, but what did it turn out in the end to be?
Well, the high voltage power supply has 5 different levels of high voltage. This is a multi-stage depressed collector IoT. And one of the filter capacitors in the supply apparently was conducting heavily, intermittently. It had no bulges, no sign. This thing is the size of half of a Charlie Brown lunchbox. 0.15 microfarads at 40 kV. Anyway, it would screw up when it felt like it, and it had no signs, no carbon trace, no nothing. And just for the heck of it, about a month after that happened, and it was still screwing up, I said, well, what would happen if I swapped this filter cap with one from one of the other supplies? And that's what I did. And I stuck it in the 18 kV supply. It was in, I think it was in the 28 kV, whatever it was. I swapped it in with a lower potential, and the problem went away, and the transmitter ran for another 2.5 years with no faults. But there was, something that dumped that amount of energy. We're feeding it with a 300 kVA Caterpillar UPS, and the thing was logging fonts that were like sucking up tremendous amounts of energy, like like a small bolt of lightning, because the thing would, when you had a fault, it would log what was going on. It was just ridiculous that nothing visibly launched. It was crazy.
Jeez.
Yeah, that was good fun.
They told you to blow it up.
Pull that much juice in the capacitor and not severely distort the internals of that capacitor with an arc of an incredible amount of wattage, or did it trigger something else?
Yeah, that's the part that got me was, in my experience, I would have expected to see something charred or something with a carbon trace or a slight bulge or something. There was nothing. I still have that capacitor, by the way. I've looked at it and looked at it like, yeah. I even wrote, do not use above 18 kilovolts on it. I don't even remember the number of joules that the UPS was faulting at. It was some ridiculous amount of. I don't even remember the number. I've got pictures of it all though, because it's all, documented. I mean, this is a big thing. This was, major broadcaster, the #1 market, and their transmitters screwed up. This is the best signal. It had the best signal out of the Empire State Building at the time, until we took it apart. That was a pretty happening signal.
Man, that was cool up there. I wish, I got to go there a couple times, but only the last couple times was I really that I know anything was, it was really cool, but at that point it was done.
Double.
Yeah.
You guys doubled, but I heard you both, which is kind of weird.
Bear's doing stuff.
Bear's got a nighttime signal. Bear, what are you up to over there?
What do you mean? I got to roll out. Just got told I have to take care of something rather important. But what's your question?
Yeah, when you come back, please tell us what it is. You must be using like a high-powered transmitter, because I heard you when Billy was transmitting. Are you getting some tips maybe online?
Yeah, I've got the Valiant, but I've got an auxiliary supply. I put 2 kV on the 6146. See you a bit later. Bye.
Talk to you later. Yeah, 2 kV. I would put 2 kV on a 6146, and then I get a hold of that Glenn Zook guy and show him the picture of it.
Yeah, you would.
I would do exactly that if I were really bored, yes.
Send it to W8JI.
Well, I don't think he really likes AM very much. Matter of fact, in the archives, a long time ago, he said really not nice things about AM operation and operators and their. I wasn't really very impressed then, and I'm even less impressed now.
Yeah. Good evening, Dave and Bill, W2JBL. Yeah. I kind of sensed that he didn't like AM a whole lot, but, what the hell. Well, I'm having fun. I haven't been on the air in a while. But, spent my stimulus money on a 750 Holly and threw it on the Chevy today. And, burned a lot of rubber.
You must have had a good day.
I had a great day and had a good street race with this black dude in a beautiful 70 Electra 225 convertible. It was bigger than my Chevy. It had to be 25 feet long and 8 feet wide. Those all came with a 455. He lost by a lot.
Of course he did. That car weighs like 5,200 pounds plus the guy.
Yeah, well, mine weighs 4,000 with me, so, what the hell. But I have to say, though, that Once he got up on the torque peak, he did start coming up behind me, but it was way too late.
Well, you need a dash cam because you lost that now. You know, if you had video of that, just imagine.
I would have had to have the camera pointed out the back.
Well, you need one out the front and one out the back. I've got that. I haven't installed it yet in OPEC. That's the name of our vehicle that you saw, OPEC.
Oh, interesting. Well, I showed you the wilderness, the wilderness video. That was my camcorder on a tripod on the transmission hump behind me.
Yeah, that looked really good. Anyway, go ahead, Billy. W2BTK. I'm getting earshot. I've got a problem here with the empty.
Yo, you're right though about the webcams, and you should put those in next time you're bored. I've been running a front-facing webcam for years, and it's come in handy a couple times. I don't have a rear-facing yet, but I've wanted to do that. I think I've got enough of them over here I could repurpose one. But as far as now, I just have front-facing. But dude, like, think about it. If something happens, you know, something cool, like you'd be like, oh, awesome, like I got video of that, like that'll be entertaining to watch. Or like, you know, something real bad happens and the cop shows up and the other person goes first, and you basically just hand them some rope, like, all right, no, you go first, tell them your version, like what happened, and they'll be like, yeah, he did this, he did that, blah blah blah. And it's like, all right, is it all written down now? Okay. Hey officer, I have a dash cam, and then you just see their face go white. And you know, like, even good people, you put them in a situation like that, they're gonna try to get over. So you gotta have a witness. Always have a witness. W2BTK on Montana Mountain, streaming live on Twitch.
W2VW.
W2JBL not streaming live anywhere. Yeah, I got to get one of those things, definitely. Question, they record continuously. If you stop it, how much of it, how long does it keep the sample, how long does it take, I guess it depends on the SD card, how long does it take to burn through its memory and start over?
The one I have, you can choose 5, 10, or 15-minute segments that it'll record in. So every 15 minutes it starts a new file, and then it'll store about 48 hours worth of video before it starts recording over the oldest 15-minute segments. So you can, in general, go back about 48 hours and pull something off the camera.
Wow, that's impressive. I thought they were very limited. So I can drive through the forest like a maniac all day, and it'll all get recorded. You know, I'll have to run down to Walmart and pick one up. The camcorder was great. Did a really good job. The audio was outstanding. I'm just do the dash cams have audio?
Yeah, oh hell yeah. You can turn it on and off. And the most important thing is to have the correct date stamp on there, because if you are going to submit it somewhere or use it for, like, you know, court or something like that, it needs to have the right date stamp on it.
Ooh, the way I'm driving, what I'm doing in that car, if they saw that, even if they didn't see me doing it, if they saw the video, I'd go to jail.
Yeah, but
enough right there. That looked good, by the way, Chris. I don't know if I even mentioned that to you. Really good, and it sounded great.
You can snap the SD card in half, and I've done that before.
That's a, God, I got it at Walmart in Utica. That was a $125 or so Sony camcorder about 3 years ago. The thing's amazing. I did all my music videos with it.
What'd you say, Billy? You can snap the SD card in half?
Well, yeah, that's the only place it exists. It doesn't upload it anywhere. It's like on that card. So if you did something dumb and you get pulled over, just pop the SD card out, snap it in half. That's that.
Yeah, good point. Yeah, like did something bad. A couple hours ago, carefully monitoring the New York State Police, they had a big radar operation up on Route 84, and they had every car that's assigned to that stretch of the road working the radar trap. So 4 or 5 miles up the road, nice straight section, Ran up to about 150. It was fun.
You got S-rated tires?
Yeah, they're downstairs. I'm waiting for my rims.
What the hell's wrong with you?
Boring. I'm just going in a straight line. They're properly inflated, a little overinflated, so they don't get that hot.
What are those are rated for like 160, 170 miles an hour, aren't they?
I think it's 150. The tires I have on the car now are rated for 110. But anyway, I had a lot of fun. It was a nice day, and street riders are out like me. Nobody's wearing masks. 3, 4 people in the car, and I saw an impromptu cruise being staged at one of the park and rides down the road from here, and nobody's wearing masks. People are out running and jogging, and nobody was wearing a mask till I got into the store to buy beer.
I know some of the jammers that are on this band, especially from Pennsylvania, were, I guess, quite under the weather, not being able to get a hold of alcohol for about 3 weeks. Man, I was really worried about them.
You know, they banned alcohol in Pennsylvania? I didn't know that.
They closed the, I guess, I don't know how it works there. I don't know if you can buy certain stuff in a grocery store there. I don't know. But they weren't able to get alcoholic beverages for a while. And I know one guy went off the deep end. Personally, I know of one.
Well, there's a lot of people that, it happens all the time. You know, a guy will go in for a colonoscopy or something, and he'll start getting the DTs. It's pretty common. So they tried it here in New York and rolled it back within 24 hours.
Yeah, that's a real thing, man. What's essential and what isn't it? Liquor stores are essential because there's a lot of people out there who would probably normally be institutionalized, but they're able to be functional. Hey, I'm raising up my can.
Same here. Yeah, God. What the hell was I gonna say? Oh, man. Mind is a terrible thing to waste. Oh, I know where I was going. I finally had this thing on sideband the other day, but it was a kind of a comedy of errors. I spent an afternoon in that bias and screen supply in that big circuit board, made out of asbestos with the resistors on it and everything. And I corrected what looked like, what was somebody changed some wiring around. I put it all back to stock. Very hard to trace out because whoever did it cut the lacing cord, made the changes, and then put in new lacing cord. And it was very hard to tell what was new and what was old. Anyway, put it all back. And I came to discover that no matter where you have the mode switch, the PA grid always has minus 150 volts on it, and I cannot figure out how that was done. So, clipped the wire that goes to the PA grid, and ran it to my variable modulator bias supply. Had the thing on sideband. It does legal limit. Two problems. One, the ICOM 718 with no load on it, no attenuation, the phase noise and humming noise is too high. So scratch that, although it made big power, good power. The Central Electronics 20A that I'm planning on using with it makes enough carrier to drive the thing to 1500 watts, but it doesn't make enough PEP to reach that, on sideband. I'm scratching my head over that, but that's an unrestored transmitter, so that's what I'm up to here.
Well, you did better than I did, because I got about half that out of mine. And one thing you may want to consider is that plate dissipation. I mean, you're only going to get 60% peak efficiency on slot bucket. And if you've got 800 watts of plate dissipation, that's 1200 watts out the pipe. So if you get more than 1200 watts out the pipe, which I'm sure you can do, you're dissipating more than 400 watts in those tubes. And it ain't easy to get in good shape. So I would probably err to the side of caution with that, because what you got there works damn good.
Yeah, no, I abandoned the project until further study. But I noticed after I got done, now I've got, I've got some downward carrier shift that I didn't have before. I put the thing back, well, at least I put the PA grid lead back and disconnected the external supply. And pretty much leaving it well enough alone. I was looking for, well, I want a high power sideband station, 800 watts, that would be fine. But I need a quick way to switch between AM and sideband, and it ends up, that's not going to be it.
Yeah, not quick anyway, I get that.
W2BTK.
Somebody trying to break in here?
Yeah, sorry, I was listening down the band for a second.
See how far I drifted. Yeah, not bad. This thing is almost stable.
Drifted? What are you using for an exciter?
I'm using my Junction 500 here as a whole entire everything, plus the Johnson 500 transmitter, with its factory exciter.
Oh, okay, fine. Yeah, it's quite stable.
Yeah, it's been on for, I guess, 2.5 hours now. Plus, I was on here before dinner time for a while, for a very short time with Billy. Plus, I had it lit up into the dummy load, too. This thing is not as stable as it used to be.
My Johnson 122, which is not pretty inside, is supremely stable. I use it on 10 meters. It's amazing for the piece of crap that it is.
Tell him, Billy.
What? Oh, well, my Viking 2 never worked well on 10 meters until I got the right VFO. I had to try 3 Johnson 122 VFOs. But then again, I'm not all gung-ho and I don't go rooting around in there too much. Like, I'm a little bit timid inside those VFOs.
Don't have to be. They're really very primitive. I replaced everything except for, the RF choke and the tube socket and the coils. All resistors and caps, and I replaced the trimmer caps in there. And this thing works great. Like I said, I'll use it on 10 meters. Very stable.
Yeah, well, mine got stuck on 11 meters for a little while. One of the shaft couplers broke, and it wouldn't tune off 11.
Man,
boy,
imagine that.
Yeah.
What was that about, an email?
Yeah, Bill, I sent you an email about, 45 minutes ago with a link to some very good technical information. Don't take anything I sent you the wrong way. It's all meant to be constructive.
Oh, what? I'm splashing real bad?
No, you're a lot better tonight, actually.
It didn't change a damn thing.
Smart Lord. The buckshot is still there. But the sibilant stuff, because I've been checking down on 75, the sibilant stuff seems to be under control.
I turned my highs up before I got on, because I listened to some recordings from yesterday. Sound a little dull.
Well, read what I have to say and read the article. You'll understand the issue.
Okay.
Again, it's all meant to be constructive. And it's not the blower noise. The blower noise has absolutely nothing to do with it.
Well, yeah, I mean, my filter's at 7.5K, and it's pretty sharp, but I can see some overshoot, and I knew about that, and that's why I put that 222 behind this thing to catch that crap, and it did great, but I took that out of line, so now I'm just using these digital filters, these crappy digital filters. I need my good analog filter from the 222 back.
Yeah, I'm not going to recite the whole text of the email. Read it, you'll understand what's happening. I spelled it out in there, and then the article that I sent you spells it out in greater detail with the the math, and you'll come to understand what the situation is. But anyway, it's W2JBL. I got to get a beer.
W2, very weak.
Was that Connor or something?
Somebody said something ending in Papa. Who was that masked man?
I don't know. Hey, my reflex below 10 watts. Up. 10 and a half. 11. Oh, phew, back down to 10. Man, watching watt meters is great. I should get on sideband. I'm watching my meter. Sorry, I'm a little bored. W2BTK.
Oh, I was at a place where Dave used to work, a building where Dave used to work a few years ago, and wandered into a combiner room and showed a coworker of mine a watt meter on a multi-coupled antenna. I said, "Hey George, look at that! It's only 5,000 watts reflected power." I thought he was going to faint.
You know, I did a little subcontracting work for somebody who was working for the building there back around. Man, I don't even remember the year anymore. I don't know. Maybe 2012, something like that. And we had to measure every single one of those cans. Every transmitter going into those. Every one. And then we went to every other broadcaster in the whole entire place and measured all their power. And it was supposed to be used to calibrate the building's StatMon system that they had, which was supposed to give you metering and memory and graphs and charts of forward power for everything in the place, the whole entire place. That was a lot of fun.
Oh, that. Wow, I'm going to have to yank out of here in a second. I got a skid on 6, but that was the last time I was down there. I forget exactly how long. I mean, 4 years ago, 5 years ago. That's the day we went down there to service a repeater for shadow traffic that had its antenna on the south side of the building to service New Jersey. It was on some weird split. I think it was on 450 dot something megahertz. It was just above the Hammy band. Well, yeah, they had a problem, all right. Somebody stole the repeater.
Shadow traffic, the south side. You went out their window.
Out the window?
Yeah, you used to go out the window on the setback to get out to some of our ENG stuff. You had to go through shadow traffic.
It was just one little box. It was a 30-inch Motorola cabinet, a 46-inch Motorola cabinet with a repeater and a duplexer in it. We got there and we found the feed line hanging there, but no box.
I think maybe that they had a disgruntled ex-employee or something?
I don't know. Building security was very curious how it happened.
You know, building security for a while there was headed up by the ex-commander of West Point, you know. You want to talk about making it difficult to get people in and out?
Oh, I know. I was there a lot after 9/11. You know, I used to go down there in the 80s. I had a trunk system down there. And, you know, back in the day, we'd just walk in, say howdy to the folks at the gate and get right in the elevator with the tourists and go up and just tell the elevator operator after he let the tourist off, says, take me up to DD level, which was, you know, a couple levels above the observation deck. And say, yeah, no problem.
Yeah, that whole procedure was long gone before I ever got there.
Yo, man, just don't try to do anything during garbage time. That's all I know.
That's right. You don't want to mess with the flow of garbage out of that building.
Oh, I've been in the basement. Have you ever been in the sub-basement? Did you see the river?
Chris,
Basement. I've been in every nook and cranny of that place.
I saw the sub-basement, Chris. I got a roll of big-ass coax out of there. And I had to go down in the sub-basement and up and out. It was coiled in, like, I don't know, maybe a 5.5-foot diameter coil. Like a lot of this stuff on some weird dolly, and I was banging it around that sub-basement.
Wow, that's a cool place. My grandfather had an office there, and he was going to go in that Saturday morning when the B-25 bomber hit, and his office was like 2 floors below where the plane hit. He's hung over, he didn't go in.
Yeah, the plane hit 79, so he would have been on 77. And I had the suite on 78 for a while. That landing gear and one of the engines went through and blew out the wall. That was the actual WNBC Channel 4 analog transmitter suite. And later on, they stuck the digital transmitter in there too that they were trying to build when World Trade Center got hit, which was the reason why Bill Steckman was there, because he was working on that transmitter. He would have been, normally he worked overnight, he would have been gone, but he was trying to get that thing running down there. So yep, pretty familiar with that.
Yeah, I forget, he was on 76 or 77. He owned the Knickerbocker Hosiery Company, of all things. Quite successful. Hey, I got to yank out of here. I'm due on 6 meters. Good to talk to you guys. Nice conditions tonight. Yeah, I'm on the air for the first time in, I don't know, quite a while. A week, 4 or 5 days. I'll catch you guys later. I might come back. My drunk ass. W2JBL. 7-3s. Dave and Bill.
Good night, Chris. Always good hearing you on here. 7-3. And say hi to Judge. And get him to build a non-resident antenna. W2BW.
Yeah, see you later, Chris. Maybe we'll catch you in a little while. Have fun on 6 meters. And yeah, non-resonant antennas are the best antennas.
Hey, I love the blower noise, by the way. It's like you're on a space shuttle.
Oh yeah, I'm on a space shuttle. I'm blasting off on my way to the moon right now, man.
Sound of power.
Is louder, his or mine?
Who's or what?
Who's got more blower noise, his or me? This is NE1S. Hi, Chris.
Yeah. Chris just signed out, but hi, Larry. How you doing? W2VW. Billy has way more blower noise than you.
Oh, geez, I'm disappointed. Yeah, hi, Dave. Nice signal up here. Give me a minute. I got to pull an INR real quick.
You got to name it something else. He hasn't been on the air in so long. But yes.
Five.
Testing.
Now that looks better. Sorry about that. I was tuned up 50 kilohertz down the band.
It sounded okay to begin with, but yeah, good signal.
Yeah, thanks. And who's the other station in here? I'm sorry.
Whiskey Oscar 7300 knocking it down. Usually I'm on a DX60, but I'm trying to 7300 around AM. Run into nail 82. Looks like I'm doing, I don't know, maybe 100 watts, but I'm afraid to do too much.
Are you talking to us?
Yes, sir.
Oh, yeah, somebody unkeyed, and I just noticed you in there. Didn't get the call sign or anything. Said you were running an AL82. Coming in a little low here in New Jersey. This is W2BTK. With W2VW and NE1S. So, I'm not sure if the other guys are hearing you.
Okay, well, I I jumped up the power a little bit more. Usually I talk to you. I wanted to make sure it's going how I've been fooling with it. I have the 12% power from the 7300, and I put the mic gain on like 24. So if I'm readable, that'll be fine. I'm just afraid I might blow one of them ceramic fuses up the back of that Amazon AL82.
Yeah, it sounds pretty good. Yeah, you want to keep that thing low. 12%, that's probably about right. So, anyway, Dave or Larry, are you hearing, hearing him out there?
Yeah, I'm hearing him mostly Q5. Occasionally I'll go down into a fade into my noise, but the station who was just in here, not W2BTK or W2BW, but the station running the AL82. What's your name and what's your call sign? This is Larry up in Maine, NE1S.
Alpha is my call, 088, and my name is Mark. Alpha Romeo Kilo, and I'm in southern Ohio, a little village called Waverly, over.
Okay, Mark, did you say our call sign was W80A, Whiskey 8, Oscar Alpha?
Whiskey Oscar 8 Alpha, sir.
Got it. Whiskey Oscar 8 Alpha. Sorry about that. But, yeah, you're coming in mostly Q5 into the Portland, Maine area. I live in a town called Gray, about 15 miles north of Portland, Maine.
Oh, very good. I appreciate it. I try to do a lot of AM. I like AM better anymore. I'm getting addicted to it. I've been picking for a while, but never. I like the AM a lot. Enjoy it. I'm looking. I've got a D out of 3 this week, and I want to get up with that DX60 I got, the 60 Bravo, and I'm listening to you guys talking about Rangers, Globe, all that. I got the fever again. I'll shut up and let you guys have your show. Thanks a lot. WOAA. I'm in Waverly, Ohio.
Yeah. Well, Mark, you're making it out here to the Atlantic Ocean in Beechwood, New Jersey. About halfway down the state. W2 very weak. My name is Dave, Delta Alpha, Victor Echo. Coming in here sort of okay, but it's early yet. You know, still plenty of delayer going. Probably a half hour from now, you'd be banging in here seriously loud. But then, of course, all the creatures come up too, as happens on this band. But you're doing very, very well. So your stuff is making a good accounting for itself. So Larry, you still have what do you have, like a 62 or 3? The heck was it? Like one of those small Fords. I'm trying to think, like a Mercury Comet or a Ford, you know, not a Galaxy, but a little one. You still have that?
Yeah, it's a 63 Ford Falcon. And if Deerfield was a thing this year, I would have driven it there, but alas, it wasn't, so I didn't.
Yeah, I've seen you on the roads up there, going and coming from the Hamfest, like
thanks for the
follow.
Times, welcome.
Seeing it up there, that's really cool. Got a family member that picked up a, I think it was a Comet, you know, same thing. And about the same age. My uncle had one of those. Well, actually, it was a great uncle. I forget what year it was when I was a kid. I remember him taking me for a ride on that thing. He had the 6-cylinder, which I guess they were all 6. But anyway, I remember him shutting the engine off. You know, he pulled in the garage, shut the engine off, and the thing would sit there and diesel for 90 seconds.
Never had that happen with mine. Mine's a 6, but they did make an 8. The Sprint, they called it the Falcon Sprint, was a V8. And I forget the displacement on it. It was maybe somewhere around 260, maybe. I don't know the exact displacement, but a friend of mine had one of those. But the 6 is a real reliable drivetrain. The 8-cylinder used to take out the trannies. The trannies couldn't handle it. But they were fast. But yeah, it's a fun little car. Wish it was a convertible, but still glad to have it. My first car was a 63 Dodge Dart with a slant 6 in it. My grandfather gave it to me. He bought it new and gave it to me 10 years later. And I've had a couple other Falcons before I got this one. Also, when I was in college, I had a 1961 Ford Econoline hippie van. And that was a lot of fun too, but you know, it was a rust bucket. And in Illinois at the time, which is where I was, we didn't have state inspections. You know, you registered your car, nobody had to look at it, and you were good to go. But in Maine and a lot of other states, they had state inspections, so I knew it wasn't going to make it in Maine, so I gave it to a band member before I came out here. But that was a fun vehicle while I had it. Anyone else?
Hey, there's a dude from South Africa in the chat. He's waving, kind of seeing ham radio for the first time, maybe the first time right now. So, yeah, I just thought I'd throw that out there. W2BTK.
I remember seeing, there was a guy when I was in high school that had a high-performance shop in Englishtown, New Jersey, and he unfortunately passed away. He got some kind of weird leukemia, and between being diagnosed and dying didn't take him very long. He had a whole shop full with nothing but Ford. He liked the FE blocks, the 390s, 427, you know, the side oilers, and 428s. He had a whole shop filled with that. I remember he had a Falcon. It had a giant round bubble like hood scoop thingamajobber on it, and it was a 427. I think they called it a medium riser. He had all this stuff just sitting there, and they were selling it all off to raise money for his family. So I think the car had fiberglass, all fiberglass nose and Lexan windows and all. It was still the same Falcon body. I remember seeing all that stuff. We were actually in there looking for, you know, they looked at us like we were dumb kids. We were looking for 351 Cleveland parts. Yeah. Go ahead, Billy. W2 very weak.
I don't have very much to add about the cars, but I don't know. I did my share of that stuff. Not anything old like that. The oldest car I had was, well, my Suburban and my Camaro. Camaro was an 86 IROC with like a 305. You know, I replaced the headers on it. Those exhaust manifolds sucked on those things. That car was actually a lot faster after I did that, but never got my hands too dirty. I never liked working on cars a lot. I did it quite a bit of it, but never really enjoyed it like a lot. But all I got left now, well, I got 2 Suburbans from that vintage and a Mustang, a 93 Mustang 5.0 GT. That thing rules. Got a Tremec 5-speed. Really, really, really fun car. Haven't driven it in a long time, you know. It's a shame. But, whoa. And then there's Bob in the chat. No, Bob, this is the same mustache. And I'm able to respond to you because you are a ham radio operator. That's the difference. I can't respond directly to people who aren't hams on the air. But anyway, how about that? I just hit the Triple H. Let's see how long it takes to come back out of the red. W2BTK.
Okay, Bill. I don't know what you mean by, what'd you say, Triple H? That went over my head. And Dave, okay, on the guy with all the Ford big blocks. 427 and a Falcon, huh? That must have been interesting. Suppose if you can do it, why not? But the rest of the drivetrain is going to have to be able to take that kind of power. Yeah, I'm not a real gearhead myself, but out of necessity, I had to do my own work, on all my vehicles until I graduated from school and got a job to where I could afford to pay somebody else to do it. I still like working on the Falcon, but generally do my own oil and filter changes. But the cars these days are above my pay grade. Let's put it that way. I have a good technician in town who does my work for me. I like the Falcon, you can stand right in there with the motor almost and work on it. So much space. And it's so simple. Anyway, I'm really on this time of night, but just wrapped up with the AWA net down on 3835 and thought I'd see what was happening up here. Wanted to say hi to Chris. It's been a while since I've talked to Chris, but I guess I just missed him. Anyone else?
Hey, Larry, Bob, N1XBM, he says hello. He's watching via Twitch.
Okay, tell Bob hello for me. He lives over in the next town.
Yeah, good stuff. Well, W2 very weak. Yeah, I guess there's all different levels of motorheads, and it's fun to talk about that stuff. As long as you don't have to spend your life doing it. That's the thing. Is the newer the vehicle is, the less and less fun it is. I still get my fingernails to where I need to file them to get all the black out from underneath once in a while, but I'd rather not do that anymore. That was fun in its time and all that, And later in life, you want to be more of a gentleman and maybe go buy some overpriced thing and take it into the dealership. I have never taken a car to a dealership for anything, ever. Like, never. Anyway, yeah, stupid drivetrains in light cars. They were factory race, factory sponsored stuff, and I'm sure they had, probably a 9-inch rear axle and a top loader 4-speed in them, and wasted most of the power they made by today's standards on a car like that. Especially with a short wheelbase. How the heck are you going to launch something like that in a quarter mile without it going all over the place? No fun. But I did see that stuff, and it did exist, and I was just a kid that didn't even know what any of that stuff was at the time. Looking for parts for a friend of mine's car. And that's how it goes. You just never know over the years. And yeah, my great uncle's car, but he never, I don't think he ever drove any more than 40 miles an hour with his Comet. He was a very conservative driver. His eyesight was shot, and he just drove around town. So there's probably all kinds of carbon buildup on top of the pistons. And the other thing is, he bought the cheapest gasoline you could get. So I could see why that would diesel. The funny thing about that car is that his granddaughter approached me in the mid-'80s after he had passed away, and he said, I want to get my grandpa's car out of storage, and I want to take it somewhere and have it put back into shape so I can drive it my senior year in high school. And she did just that, which is pretty cool. She did just that, even though the thing needed a lot of work. And I was always worried that, a new driver with something like that on the road, there's just like no protection if you get hit. But she did okay. And I don't know what happened to the car after that. Man, that's going on 40 years ago. So there you go.
Man, it
have it?
The car. Oh, sorry. Yeah, no, go ahead.
No, go ahead,
I'll
guys.
be quick.
I'm listening.
Go ahead.
Yeah, well, that is pretty cool. You said it was a Comet, and what was it? His granddaughter, I think you said, had the Comet fixed up, and she drove it her senior year in high school. That is pretty cool. That someone of that age would appreciate a vehicle like that enough to want it and to drive it. And yeah, my Falcon, it'll do 70. It does want to wander around the road a little bit, so it's not a real comfortable 70 on the highway, but I usually keep it at 65 and below. And that's pretty comfortable. It's not like driving a modern vehicle, but it's relatively tame. And I don't buy expensive new vehicles. I tend to be a bottom feeder. My newest vehicle now that I've been driving for 10 years is a 1996 Honda Odyssey minivan, and that's our daily driver and the only car we have on the road in the winter. And I've been retired for almost 10 years now, so my wife drives it most of the time, and she's going to be retiring this December. And she's been off for probably 5 weeks now due to you-know-what. So we haven't been putting a lot of miles on that vehicle. But I like cheap, reliable transportation, for my daily driver. And the Odyssey has been very, very good to us, and it's a great Hamfest vehicle. I haven't had kids living in the house with me for 15 years at least, so we don't need the extra seats. We keep the seats down, and it's basically a utility vehicle for us. And I've had some rust repair done to it. The salt on the roads takes its toll up here. So I don't know how much longer I'm going to be able to drive it. But that's the thing, they get you with excise tax up here that's based on the sticker price of your vehicle, and it never changes. You pay that to the town every year, plus, the insurance costs. And so I like driving older vehicles that are reliable and cheap to keep on the road. I think Bill wanted to say something. Go ahead, W2BTK in the group, anyone else?
It was a comment from 10 minutes ago in the conversation. It's just that you're doing fine. W2BTK.
Okay, my SDR receiver here went into lockup mode, but so I missed the beginning of that comment. And I also, I guess I'm not too swift here. If Bob's listening, he can hear me say hi myself. So hi, Bob. I don't expect him to say hello back, though.
Yeah, that's what you need to do there, Billy.
What?
You gotta fix it so Bob can say hello back.
Oh, well, that's easy to do. Set up a Discord alongside this thing. You can send audio to Discord. I could play it back over the air. It would be easy, but it would only be for people who are general class licensed ham radio operators. I could do that easily.
Well, Bob's certainly meets that qualification, but he can fire up his own Viking too if he wanted to that badly. He's on with us quite a bit on Saturday mornings.
Yeah, that's the best way to do it, but I don't know, maybe for people who are out on the West Coast who listen to the Northeast crowd, they could chime in or something. You know, I do have that set up right now on the, if you do log in and look at the Twitch feed, there's something at the bottom there where you can type a message and then, you know, computerized voice that sounds pretty good will read what you said, but that doesn't go over the air at this point.
Yeah, what are you talking about there? You're talking about something I'm not familiar with. Twitch feed and log into where?
Oh, yeah. Well, I've been doing this live streaming. When I'm in the shack, I upload a stream to the internet that shows my pan adapter. It shows my oscilloscope during transmit. You can see the pattern. There's a camera view of me on the mic, so you can see me operating, and that's found on twitch.tv/sniffmyballs is the username. And God, I know that username sucks. I wasn't planning on like having this going when I made the account, so I'm gonna change that in about 2 weeks to something legitimate. But you can find it directly like that, or you could just look me up on QRZ W2BTK. And there's a link right there to it when you pull it up and see what the hell I'm talking about.
Okay, well, I think I'll do that now. So stand by. Well, don't stand by. Feel free to transmit, but don't look for me to answer real soon. The computer's right up here because I'm running a soft rock here for receive. And that Bob helped me build, by the way, N1XBM, because he's good with surface mount stuff, and I suck at surface mount.
So you don't have a backup old receiver? Or you're using just the SDR, Larry?
Yeah, I'm using the SDR now, but I do have an SX28. It's just not on. I was using the SX28 earlier, but it was crowded down the band, and I really needed the brick wall filters, so I switched over to the SDR. But yeah, I can use an SX28, I can use a soft rack, or I can use the receiver in the 440. Those are my choices at this operating position for receivers.
Roger. W2VW. Yeah, that's a thing, you know. You're progressive enough to still use the SDR, and you know how well it works, especially when you're dealing with I've listened to that net down the band there with GMS and those guys. It's a pretty good bunch of people, but man, sometimes you really do need an advanced receiver to pick up some of the guys on there. Of course, Joe just pours in here, but you know, down here I'm closer to sources of angst, interference, and crud, I believe, here. Anyway, yeah, there's a lot of guys that use the older receivers, and they think that you can't equal or exceed them on the air on AM, and it just isn't so. I've got an R390A here, I don't touch it. I've got an SX28A here, and it's a lot of fun, but I really don't use it while I'm on the air. I use it for SWLing. And right now I'm using a TS440 with a much better filtering situation than it came from the factory. Only because the noise blanker in the thing works for me, which is really dumb, but that's how it goes.
That's funny, right? I don't know why they do that. Everybody swears up and down like that the vintage receiver still outdoes an SDR on a crowded ass band with this and that. And then, yeah, there's all kinds of tricks you can do with the vintage, but it just doesn't have the same firepower. I don't know. Good is subjective. Which one is, you know, which one is the best for whatever reason? I don't know, but I kind of agree with you. SDR receivers are kind of the best you can get right now, and we have been able to top that technology, that old receiver technology, in 2020. This is W2BTK. unpopular opinion.
Those receivers are nice to look at, though.
Okay, I'm still trying to pull Bill up and get to his Twitch feed there, or I could type in the URL he gave me. I jotted that down, but I switched over to my SX28 because while I was doing that, the SDR software I use, I really like it, but it does have a glitch in it. When you're doing something else over the network, sometimes it'll go into lockup mode, and then you gotta just momentarily not exit the program, but shut it off and turn it on again. You know, basically like pressing a button on and off, and it'll come back, but it's a pain. So I switched over to the SX28, which under these conditions up here in this part of the band right now is fine business OM. I don't need any special whiz-bang filtering or anything. It does the job just fine. And now I'm going to get back to the computer and see if I can pull up Bill's Twitch feed. Anyone else?
Yeah, the filtering issues are taken care of on the transmit end.
And I had the same damn problem with my soft rock, so I ditched it.
How far did you throw it?
I still have it. I didn't throw it. I kept it nice. I just gently unplugged it and put it away. It's here. It's a backup. And it works most of the time, but just like Larry, the thing would crap out on me while I'm talking to somebody all the time, and I just got sick of it. And you know, the most fine business appliance that I own, and yeah, it's something I bought and took out of a box and plugged in and used and have been using for years, is my receiver, that SDR IQ RF space receiver. It's awesome, man, and it never craps out, lets me down. I turn it on, I use it, does everything. It's great. And then I jank together all my transmit stuff and pull my hair out with it. But as far as my receiver, it's like a tank, man, and that's good for me. W2BTK, being obsequiously compliant with giving my call sign.
Obsequiously?
Ish.
W2 very weak. Well, you know, I'm big on having backup stuff here, so in 30 seconds I can go over to a rice burner and you know, use it as an exciter. In 2.5 minutes I can get back up to this power level here with a linear amplifier and blah 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 blah. It's always nice to have a backup, and that's the thing. If you've got all the features of a modern SDR and you're running it on your PC and you're using your PC for other things, then probably not a bad idea to have something else that you can flash over to when it screws up, like Larry just did. I understand that. It's very frustrating. Then you bring your receiver on and it's cold and it's drifting, and now Larry's looking for you on the internet all at the same time. And when he finds you on the internet, he's going to find that it's got like 7 seconds of latency. Sorry, Larry. Nobody gave you that information ahead of time before you did all that. So how do you fix that? Well, maybe your laptop or your last computer with just the receiver, you know, the dongle or whatever it is, they're hooked up to that and never go on the internet with it. I don't know. That's how I would do it. But I'm a dinosaur. Even with modern stuff, I'm a dinosaur. I can't help it.
I think the latency's a little better today. It's not too bad from what I'm seeing, and that's all that crap's gonna get better when I get all this new computer built. And I was thinking about if I am gonna be streaming, it'd probably be worth paying $10 more a month to get 10 megabit upload, because right now I only have 5, and my bitrate is low even for Twitch, which is yeah. But I don't care. I'm running my SDR receiver off the same computer I'm streaming off. I was doing it off the Mac before, and it would crap the bed all the time. The Mac Mini from 2012 is not adequate for doing pretty much anything these days. Oh well. Did you find me, Larry?
Hey, I'm watching your smiling face now.
Well, hello.
Hello. But, okay, weird. I saw you wave at me.
Alright, so yeah, it's about 7 seconds today. Not bad.
Yep, that's what it looks like here.
Had to turn the volume down, though, on the computer because of the latency.
Yeah, if you could endure that with the volume up, well, you're a better man than I, Larry.
No, it doesn't work for me on voice or CW. It screws up my CW sending and it screws up my talking, so I can't deal with it.
Where are you sending CW that you have to deal with latency?
Well, for example, if I'm if I'm on a web SDR to see if I'm getting into a certain part of the country or part of the world, and I hear myself, there's significant latency, so I cannot send CW with that delayed feedback.
Oh yeah, gotcha. Heck, I wouldn't even turn the volume up if I were trying to do that. Yeah, I would just look at the spectrum display, and that'd be the end of it.
Yeah, well, that's what I end up doing, or you know, also the reverse beacon network is useful sometimes, but I like the web SDRs better.
Yeah.
You have to actually.
It's really that we have all these tools, you know, and it's kind of an exciting time to be in amateur radio, and there's still a lot of fun to be had on here. Anyway, listen, I'm going to take a break. Got to go hit the shower. So, Billy, Larry, anybody else out there, nice talking to you guys. I'll be listening on my shower speaker, which I really do have. Although I have to, it was the front porch speaker last night, so I got to take that receiver and plug it in upstairs. The Sangean, what is that thing, 803, same thing as Radio Shack DX440. Radio Shack, long live Radio Shack, not really. So thanks again, 7-3, and talk to you guys later maybe, but probably not. N1S W2BTK. This is W2 very weak here on Beechwood Mountain in New Jersey. Listening out. Stay safe, folks.
Hey, Dave, and just that kind of fired me up, though. After saying that, like, you know, we have all these great new tools available to us now, and there's still people hating on FT8, man. You know, it's no good. It's not real ham radio. They would rather get on phone and ask 5 people, how do I sound? You're 5 and 9, but I didn't get the call sign. Can you repeat it a couple times with phonetics? Oh yeah, you're 5. You know, like, that's all out the window. But people won't accept it for some reason. Anybody who hates on FT8 is silly. W2BTK.
A lot of people who I know, who I respect, who hate FT8. The only thing I can say is that they need to try it before they hate it. Good night, folks. W2VW.
What the hell is FT8? Someone tell me what it is. I honestly don't know. WB2BTK.
Well, I can't tell you because I don't know, but I'm not going to knock it till I try it, that's for sure. It's all good. So many wonderful things you can do in this hobby. Anyway, Bear, how you doing? In 73, Dave. Good catching up with you. W2 VW signed, W2GCR, and W2BTK. Anyone else?
Well,
be a Bear 2 GCR. That sounds good tonight, not piss weak. I like that. Keep up the good work. You'll get a gold star. So Billy, without any, ranting and raving, what is FT8?
okay, So, in a nutshell, FT8 is a digital mode. It's a weak signal digital mode that can be decoded lower than CW. So, this is subaudible stuff in the noise. You'll never hear it. So, weak signal. The software that you interface to your HF radio, it decodes tones that are played by other radios, right? So it generates these tones with the message, let's say CQ W2BTK FN20, right? It converts it to its little boop, 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 plays it over the air. It's received, low, down to minus 24 dB into the noise. Decoded by computer. They see the message CQ W2BTK. They can respond to it, play their tones over the air. My computer decodes it on the other end, and that's that. But what we're talking about is PSK reporter. So now after you've gone out and done that a few times, you can log onto a website, pskreporter.info, and look at a propagation map. And there are thousands of people decoding FT8 around the world at any given time. So you get on any band and call CQ 10 times, you got a badass propagation map now that you can look at. See your signal strengths all over the world, where you were, this and that. Change your antenna, rinse and repeat. It is the absolute best signal report thing you can get. It doesn't rely on people. There's no human error. It's just you are decoded at whatever signal level here, and you have access to it. It's the best. Any decent, I've chimed in from Dave, any decent SSB radio interface with a PC can be used for FT8. Yes, that is true. W2BTK. I hope that gave you a not too old buzzardy idea of what it is.
Very vaguely, Billy. So you're doing alphanumeric, it's typing, and is that right? Break.
Yeah, but it's just a series of tones. And the other thing I neglected to mention was you can fit up, like 50 QSOs in a 3 kilohertz spread.
Yeah, okay, well, I guess the technology is interesting, but you take audio out or IF out? What do you take out of your rig?
You just pipe your external speaker or whatever your rig is receiving, you pipe into the sound card of your computer, and then you take the output of your sound card and transmit that.
Okay, I'd be curious to see how it gets below the noise floor. That would be interesting. And other than that, I don't get it. How is it different than RTTY or typing in a chat room? I don't see the challenge in it. And what are people doing? They're giving signal reports. Oh, you're 5x9. What are we talking about?
Yeah, it's just quick contacts.
Yeah, okay, enjoy it. Have fun. Thank you. Been there, done that. Bye-bye. See you later.
Exactly, and that's the general attitude towards it, but I don't know, man. You got to try it before you dismiss it like that, like everybody else.
Yeah, I mean, different strokes for different folks. If you don't like it, don't do it. But, I don't like this attitude of my way of enjoying the hobby is superior to your way of enjoying the hobby. It makes no sense to have that kind of attitude. Anyone else?
How do you generate your accurate propagation maps, Bear?
That type of communication, I've done RTTY, I've done CW. I know what that is. I mean, this is cool. I'd like to read about the technology. But other than that,
Well, here's a question for you, Bear. How are you generating your super accurate worldwide propagation maps at this current time?
Why do I want a super accurate propagation map of the world? What am I going to do with that?
Wow. Well, that says it all, ladies and gentlemen. That question right there. So, yes. I won't waste my time. W2BTK.
Billy, you just don't quite follow. A lot of us have been on the radio for a long time.
I've been on the radio long enough so that I could, and others, thousands others, could work all over the world with 5 watts out of a mobile on 10 meters. So it's new for you, working all over the world and that type of thing. Yeah, okay. Signal reports, it's okay. I've done that. I don't need a super accurate propagation map of the world to know that the propagation sucks. What am I going to learn? It sucks.
Well, do you ever, try new antennas and stuff like that? I mean, and how do you get, performance information?
Oh, good.
Look, Billy, if I go to my property and I put up an 80 or 100 foot tower with a killer beam on it on 20, 15, and 10, then we have something to talk about. But got an 80 meter dipole up here, for heaven's sake. I mean, I'm not going to work the world except during the certain periods of time when I get in the DX1. I talk to some guys in Europe, or Russia, I mean, it's fine that you enjoy it, go for it, but it is, it's not for me, and you keep telling me that it's a great thing, and I say, well, it's great for you, but it doesn't hold much interest other than the technology of pulling a signal out of the noise. That's cool. WB2GCR with his own opinions, nobody else's, nor the management.
Well, opinion is one thing. I just kind of want to hear you say that you think there is no value whatsoever in a digital mode that can give you a propagation map of what you're doing. Even with your 80 meter dipole, your East Coast signal, you can see it. You can see if you're favoring northeast, southwest, east, west, which way. I mean, you get a real damn good idea of exactly how your antenna is propagating, even if it's just a local talking antenna. And I just want to hear you say that you feel that there is absolutely zero value in something like that. It would be interesting to me. W2BTK.
I'd say there's zero value in you trying to put words in my mouth, Billy. There's zero value in that. I never said that. I said it's fine if you like it. There's no value to me personally. That's what I said, because even if I had a perfect understanding of the propagation of this antenna, what matter? Because if I can hear the guy, I can work him. Other than that, there's nothing I can do with this QTH to materially improve this antenna. It's as good as it's going to get. And if it sucked from day one, that I would be stuck with a sucky antenna and a sucky signal. I mean, you're just not understanding where I'm coming from. I'm coming from having done this in 1963 as a novice. I don't need a propagation map. I don't. You can. I don't need it. I've worked the world on 5 lots. I don't need to do that again. If the band opens up, hey, I'll work the world, But it's not a driving force to know this stuff. It's just not necessary for me personally. I mean, everybody should enjoy it. I'm not telling you to not do FT8. I'm just saying I asked what it was. You explain it. I asked how it works. I said, I find this cool and that cool, and the rest of it is not of interest to me. What's the problem?
I get it. You just want to sit back and use the crap. Nothing wrong with that. I'm just interested in the science of it.
Yeah, well, the science of it is how the technology works, and, that's fine. And automatic computer-generated receiving maps, I mean, that's cool. That's cool, but it's part of what we do now. I understand, and I'm with it. I listen on web SDRs, and I talk to guys that I can't hear here. And it's sort of like a repeater, and I think about it, and I say, well, it's okay now because the bands suck. But if the bands were good and you were doing that, and I'm like, well, I don't know. And it's also a hell of an easy way to cheat on a contest these days. I guess I'm old and curmudgeon. Anyway, over to you, Larry. I'm old and curmudgeon, Larry. What am I going to do?
You said it, not me.
Yeah, I don't have a lot to add to this conversation. I've said what I need to say, and that there's no point arguing about it. I mean, do what you enjoy, and don't knock what others enjoy doing. And that's that's my philosophy. Anyone else?
WA1STH.
Hi, Steve.
Hi, Larry. How are you doing tonight? And Bear, I heard you in there, and Billy.
Hey, Steve.
Little static crashes, but you guys are coming in really nice tonight. Bear, how are you? I haven't talked to you for a while.
N1XBM coming through on the Twitch auto patch.
Hey, Bob.
Hey, Larry. I don't know, I took an opportunity and a break there, so I'll stand by because it looks like it got sent over to Bear.
I don't know whether Bear's there or not. Bear may be gone. Anyways, Larry, I haven't heard you for quite a while. How are you doing?
Doing good. Doing good, Steve. Thanks. Yeah, I don't get on much this time of night, but for some reason tonight, I've got more energy than I normally do this time of night. I'm normally a morning person. I heard you on last night. I do some listening in the evening, but rarely do I fire up the transmitter. I think I heard you on last night or the night before. Coming in nice and strong up here, 30 over at least. Everyone's got good signals tonight, nice conditions.
Yeah. Yep, you're all very strong, sounding very good. Well, I went in to turn the flex on, and the flex is broke. I'm going to wind up sending that back. I won't reboot. So, that's fun. At least I got the 101s here working, so while it's gone, I'll have something to talk on.
Hey, Bob, why don't you make one? Let me hear that thing.
You talking to me?
Yeah.
Hey, this is Bob. Who that is, your transmissions are too short for me to determine who the voice belongs to. This is N1XBM.
Yeah, sounds good, Bob. What are you doing?
I don't know. I'm doing what I always do. Someone said make one. I don't know. Maybe they could elaborate. I'm on my normal rig.
Oh, I thought you were doing something with Itchy Twitchy or something.
Oh, that was me joking around. I was trying to make a joke like somehow I got patched through the Twitch stream onto the air, which is not true.
Okay, I guess I hadn't been listening long enough to know precisely what was going on. No problem. Well, I guess Bear's not there. Larry's hanging out. Billy's there. I don't know if there's anybody else in here, but again, WA1STH.
Yeah, you got me too, Bob, because I'm not familiar with what Twitch TV or anything like that. Tonight's the first I've heard of it, so I was taking you for your word as well. But now I understand you're just operating from your home QTH, and you're strapping down here 6 miles away or whatever it is as the crow flies.
Oh God, Larry, I think it's 6 miles if I drove. It's got to be at least half of that by the air.
XBM, where do you live?
Yeah, I live in Raymond. I live in North Raymond, so I'm familiar with the coast by the lake. I'm on the far end of the town from the lake.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, I knew you sounded familiar, and so did the call sign. I just couldn't put it on the phone. Oh, very good. All right, so Larry, I never really knew where you live. Where do you live, Larry?
I'm in Gray, Maine, right next to Raymond, Maine.
So you guys are all close to me when I'm up there in the summertime, probably within 10, 15 miles, I would guess.
Where are you when you're up here?
I'm on the west side of the lake over in Standish, off of 114.
Yeah, okay, yeah, we're close as the crow flies, but as you know, to drive over to the west side of the lake is a little bit of a drive.
Yeah, all the way down to the bottom and out. I believe it's 35. I should know that by heart. I've been up there long enough, but I don't. Anyways, anybody else in here, or is it
Hey, here's WB2JCC. I wish I was in Maine right now instead of where I am.
WB2JTC, is that what it is? And where are you at?
WB2 Juliet Charlie, WB2JCC, and I am in Croton-on-Hudson, New York, and my wife has been in Pittsburgh, Maine, for I haven't seen her for the last 71 days. So she's been in Maine, I've been here in New York, and I would like to be in Maine.
Yeah, well, she's hiding from the virus, or you are, or you're just got different things going on.
Well, under normal circumstances, she lives up there, I live down here, and go up on the weekends, most weekends. But because of what I do, and what she does, which is be retired, I can't go for the time being anyway. If I do, I have to stay for 2 full weeks.
Yeah, I think I've spoken to you before about that. You commute back and forth to Maine. Yeah, I do remember that.
Yep, yeah, we certainly talked about it before. I'm sure, if you've spoken to me. So, anyway, I'm wishing I was in Maine right now.
Well, I'm sure that that will change sometime in the future. And so there it is. There it goes. Larry, you're sounding really big signal, and audio is really good.
Yeah, thanks, Steve. This is a rig I finished building back in 1995. I generally save it for when I have the power. This is basically a WA1QIX design. It's a PDM transmitter, but the RF final and the final modulator, the final switch modulator, is all vacuum tube. Of course, everything else is solid state. But it's in a big 6-foot rack with 5,500 volts on the plate of the series connected final modulator.
Well, sounds very good.
If you're operating CW versus sideband versus AM, there are very
up with it now. Probably take me 5 or 6 weeks to get my other radio back.
Yeah, the 101 sounds good.
Yeah, let's see if I got it.
I ran a 101 for a while before I got this Flex.
Yeah, well, my Flex crapped out, so I gotta send it in. I'm knowing I opened a ticket and I know that it won't reboot.
That's pretty cool. Yeah, that sounds like a nice radio.
That's the CISA, the FTDX 3000?
What happened to the 66?
Won't boot. Came down, it's on all the time, came down and had a flashing green light. Like it was trying to start up. Disconnected the power, put the power back on, boom, flashing green light, went to a 3 flashing red light deal, which says, according to the manual, cannot boot or attempting to boot. Oh, boot failure. So I tried everything fancy, undid the power, held the button, tried to do a factory reset. tried to do everything that was possible and still flashing red lights. So I'm betting it'll have to be sent back.
Ouch. W2MKM. Yep. I've got a 6400M, and I did resolve something like that with a new SD card. Timmy sent me a new SD card, and it sorted it out.
Well, I'd heard of that before, and maybe one of the boot records is screwed up, but you can fix it that way. That would be great. I'd like that. Anyways, haven't had any trouble with it. It's still on warranty. I've had this one for about a year and a half, so we'll see what happens. The drama starts.
Yep. Well, I mean, it's I've got that radio in my designs here as well. So, but I did just add an SDR. The SDR plays the Duo, and I'm just blown away by the receiver on this thing. 2 receivers, and I only got one going right now. Sipping off of the doublet here with the MFJ TR switch, and it is. I'm still shaking my head. It's pretty amazing.
Well, I've had a multitude of fluxes. I've had a 5000, a 6300, a 6400, a 6500. And quite honestly, this is the only trouble I've ever had, so that's life.
Yep, same here. 5000, 6400. Both got zapped from a couple of storms.
Just making a joke, Brian. Weren't you in here last week with a different radio?
I get it. Good one. See, you're actually ahead of me.
Yeah, see? He fits right in, Clark.
Yeah, that's why I went with the 66.
You were on the air with a different radio just last week.
And whatnot, and so there it sits. It's been very good eye level. So the FT101s are on my workbench. They're my hobby radios. No hoods on them, and do the alignments, get them all squared away, and use them. So I just recently dumped processed audio into the mic jack on this one with the Symmetrix 528 Echo, and it's working out really well.
Yeah, it sounds terrific. Sounds great. And it was one of my radios many moons ago, about 40 years ago. So do enjoy the old DA. So what do you have, a 101E?
I'm on the 101F right now. I have a 101E and some other parts, and got this one from Bob K1KBW, the F. And the E. The A was supposed to be a parts machine, but I've got to put an AM filter in it. They got them both performing as they should be. And the only issue I got is a very slight hum. Might have a design issue.
Man, that's $1,300 right there that I do not want to spend.
Only when you pointed it out, and now I'm listening for it, so I wouldn't sweat it.
And that's interesting, because until I point it out, nobody even really notices. They consider it to be room ambiance in their mind, and nobody says anything, but I've talked about it enough, so a lot of people I talk to know it's there, and they like to share that with me.
Talking amongst themselves.
I need to announce, oh, I have a hum. But anyways, I was delighted that I could just dump the...
You know what amp should have, because that is a big problem, is a sensor on the input, because you've got the keying where the drive is keyed up and then the amp is keyed up after. Just have like a lockout that if the amp senses that it's getting too much RF, it just doesn't key.
Mine will do that now.
Yeah, there's a few of the newer amplifiers have that overdrive protection in it. Just like with this Henry. The plate current's too high. The plate current's too high, pops a little 1.5 amp fuse.
I got that built into my watt meter. Good evening, W2BTK. Sorry, I tried to key as quick as I could. Somebody else might have beat me though. But if I just stay keyed up long enough, you'll hear me that I'm in there now. Okay, W2BTK.
Okay, hi, Bill.
I heard you there, Clark. And good evening, Billy. Billy, your blower is blowing harder tonight.
You think so?
Oh, yeah. Yes.
Well, that's fine with me. It doesn't bother me.
It's like you put a mic on it.
It's funny. You can tell you're talking louder because of it.
It's 100 decibels in here.
Well, to put it in perspective, it's 51 decibels in here with the Henry on at the microphone. So, isn't that like, that means it's like 20 or 30 times louder in your shack than it is in mine?
Yeah, but the blower that I'm using is pretty much what they would put like on top of like a 10-story building for ventilation.
You turn my ADC up to 5.
I figure with the hum and the blower noise that he has, all he needs now is a little Toyota Tercel horn and beep beep, and he can say he's mobile.
But anyway, not to completely kill your conversation, I was listening to you guys before I keyed in, and my watt meter has that built in. I can set a forward power cutout, and I can set a reflected power cutout, and then a big red light comes on and it beeps at me like beep. It's loud as hell. It's louder than my fire alarms.
Yeah, my LP500 has something similar. I run the keying the keying line out of the Anon into the LP500, then into the Henry or the AL80B, and it has SWR protection. So if the match gets over 2-to-1, it automatically unkeys. Or if the power goes over a certain amount, it automatically unkeys. But if I had two couplers on here, like if I had one, say, behind the Anon, between the Anon and the amplifier, I could do the same thing. So that's what watt meter do you have, Bill?
It's what is Coaxial Dynamics Watchman, spelled conveniently WATTCHMAN.
Perry, I don't think that'll do it on the same transmitter.
Wait, what do you mean?
The dual slugs on the LP100s and the 500s and 700s are meant for like 2 different transmitters. You put this one slug on say your DX and the other slug on your non. I don't think it'll, because it's all what it's doing is auto sensing, and it'll bounce back and forth between the two. So if you key up your DX, it'll light up. If you key up the Anon, it'll light up. I don't think it'll do it in the same chain.
No, it will, because you can go in there and select which channel or which coupler you want to choose, and you could set it up for trapezoid and all that stuff. So my father has 2 couplers on his.
Okay, okay.
N1XBM.
Yeah, you made it, Bob.
Well, yeah, I was up on 85 and it turned into a Flex Radio lug fest, so I was like, holy smokes, I gotta go look for conversation somewhere else.
Oh, you didn't appreciate that Steve came in and just wanted to talk about his flex for 15 minutes? You weren't able to hang with that? Yeah, neither was I. Where's Clark? We want Clark.
Dude, Billy, so you have this with the rack-mounted Watchman? That's the one you have?
Yeah, it's blue. It matches my amp.
Wow, this thing's nice, man.
Yeah. It is really nice, and I just put it in here like a couple days ago. I'm still using a regular Bird 43 for my peak reading, but I have average power and reflected power up on the Watchman, and I really need that because, the other day I keyed up into 9-to-1 SWR and nothing shut the amp down. It just let it burn crap. So now at least if I do a goofy mistake like that, it'll say nope.
That's pretty cool. Yeah, that thing's nice, man. It's not cheap. It's nice, though.
I got it for free.
Well, look at you go. Yeah, they're $1,100 now.
And it's the kind of crap you find surplus that television stations, radio stations throw away.
I guess that's the advantage of knowing the right people. W3 MMR.
I know a guy who's got a big stack of them, Perry.
Wow, that was loud. Really?
Yeah, you want one?
Yeah, I drive and go get one.
You don't have to drive anywhere. You just send you one. I ask him how much. He was selling them. I got one for free because I'm BTK, but he's selling them.
Well, if it's not too stupid, if the price isn't too stupid, then what the hell? But, I mean, I really obviously don't need to buy one. Because I obviously don't need one, but if I could get one for cheap, yeah, I'd buy it.
You sell your LP 500A, right? Buy one of these, and then you'll have enough money left over to get, like, a lot of beer.
Hey, Bob. Maybe Mr. Tapper 85 was looking for me and he wanted to catch up with him.
You in there, Bob?
Yeah, right here. Go ahead.
Brian said, we were talking to you up on 85, wanted to catch up with you. Is that what you said, Brian?
Yeah, I don't know who it was. Steve unkeyed and the other fellow was wondering if Bob was still around. He said he'd catch up with you some other time, but he was looking for you.
Oh, I dropped out of the conversation. It just turned into the flex woes. So I said, well, I'll go down here.
Yeah, I'm not sure. He said you send him. I don't know who it was. I didn't stick around long enough. But anyways, I was just letting you know.
Probably Larry.
That sounds right.
Yeah, are you guys getting, like, a lot of ants?
Yeah, I saw a crap load in the yard this morning.
Yeah, man, like, if I don't take my trash out, like when it's like half full, like I can't let it get all the way full or the ants find it. And I have a lid on my trash can and everything. And then I'll just see like these random little soldiers that they send out to look for food. And then if they find something, you know, they like put out a call, and the next thing you know, there's like an entire army. Yeah, they've been bad this year.
I was mowing the lawn today, and somebody gonna, or do I have it? Let me see one more time. All right, yeah, I was on the lawn today. I saw a huge anthill, dude. The massive like anthill. They were gearing up, man. Like they had just made this thing. It was fresh, huge. I disrupted the crap out of that thing. I don't need all that, but this was like some serious ant activity in the front lawn over there. And I haven't seen anything in the house yet.
What were you saying, Brian?
Cinnamon.
What's cinnamon do?
They don't like it. Cayenne pepper works too, I think.
The ants don't like the cinnamon, and Billy said Italian pepper.
Oh, okay. My fan's getting in here a little bit. Anyway, oh, okay. I remember, man, I was living in this house. I was like 18, and me and a bunch of my buddies lived together. And it was like a party house, an old farmhouse. Man, it was falling down. This place was gnarly. And we had ants ants like crazy. And we found like the main nest. It was underneath the back steps. And the hole to go down into the nest was, I mean, literally like that big. I'm showing you the live stream. It was literally probably
How big?
Better. So my buddy Brian Trump stuck a hose down in it, and dude, it was little 3 steps that would go into the mudder room, and that entire wooden set of steps went from like light brown to black. And you couldn't even see the steps. There were so many ants. I've never seen an ant like nest like that in my entire life. I'll never see one like that again.
Question.
Answer.
Hey, Perry, you got your SDR on? I wonder what frequency I'm on. How close I am to 73. I'm assuming that's where we're at.
Yeah, you're close enough. You're like right on it pretty much.
All right, sorry to interrupt.
The coolest thing, Perry, you seen the videos where they get molten aluminum and they cast the anthills, like they'll dump molten aluminum down into it and then dig it up?
Yeah, I've seen that. I would imagine that that house probably would have been huge. But yeah, I've seen that. That's super cool how they do that.
I gotta try that.
I think I'd end up burning myself really bad. I cut myself, man. I chopped the side of my finger off the other night. I was messing around with the muffin fan on the top of my amplifier, and I put like 2 little pieces of double-sided tape to keep it from moving. And I tried to pull it up while it was still on off the double-sided tape. My finger went right underneath of it, man. It was like,
dude, yeah, you're lucky you got a little muffin fan, man. Like this. Oh, I'm picking my nose on stream. This thing up here is dangerous as hell, dude. Like, it would probably take your hand clean.
Like, how... Is it like one of them restaurant exhaust fans, like the big silver one?
Yeah, like, dude, go up on top of, like, a roof of a large building and tell me what you see. It's sitting on top of my amp, man. There's enough... The front is open, so it's exhausting the air out toward, my rack with all this stuff. It's about 10 feet away from it, and the television that has my pan adapter is kind of in line with it. From 10 feet away, it's shaking the crap out of my TV with the amount of air. It's exhausting.
That's ridiculous. That's absolutely ridiculous. God, I could never. I would be remoting that thing. That thing would be down in my basement somewhere. I couldn't deal with that, man. That's insane. Like 100 decibels is like literally like over your 100 feet.
Well, yeah, it's 100 decibels. Well, 96 decibels where I'm sitting. It's about 106 if I go right next to it, but my head's a good 4.5 feet away.
That's nuts, man.
Ham radio. Where's Clark, man? Clark dipped the hell out the second I got on frequency. What's up with that? Clark, what are you doing?
Reading emails.
Okay.
100 dB, okay, is as loud as a jet taking off at 600 feet away, 300 meters. Use of an outboard motor, a power lawnmower, motorcycle, farm tractor, a jackhammer, a garbage truck, a Boeing 707 at 1 mile per mile, a floor landing, a jet flyover at 1,000 feet. I mean, that's... I used to have jets flying over. When I lived in Norfolk, we lived right off base and right off of the airstrip there. So, like, I'm just imagining how loud that was compared to that. I mean, that's crazy, man. A Bell helicopter at 100 feet is 100 dB. I mean, that's ridiculous.
Dude, it's not that bad. And that it's 96 decibels C-weighted next to my head, and the weighting is important because if I go A-weighted, it's only about 92 decibels. So there's some low frequency content there that's pretty much like sub-audible, but it ticks up on the C weighting. So I'm taking that into account. Also, 100 dB is like a pretty quiet nightclub. I mean, that's like, you're standing around talking to each other and stuff with music in the background. 120 decibels is the threshold of pain. So that's when you're going to start noticing it's like uncomfortable to listen to sounds around 120 decibels. And the jump from 100 to 120 is a pretty big one, man. So it's like, it's loud in here, but it's not like deafening or crappy. It's like if you've ever been to like a transmitter site anywhere, like television transmitter, this, that, the other thing, par for the course. I mean, like, it's pretty much like walking into one of those places. Same amount of air rushing around, same amount of noise. So once I get ductwork on all this crap and I move it somewhere else, it's going to be real nice. I've also thought about setting up in the other room and just extending my audio and, you know, so, just a couple things and just setting up on the other side of the wall. So I don't know. We'll see what happens. But yeah, fun facts about SPL, W2BTK.
Well, how are you doing, Billy? I came in here to wreck your QSO and change the subject. W2VW. How's my flex?
Well, real quick, I'll get off this soapbox. Okay, 96 decibels or 100 decibels is 1/4 as loud as 70. 50 is 1/4 as loud as 70, and 100 is 8 times as loud. So yeah, you're like 12 times as loud as it is in here.
Yeah, and remember, that's what I said about weighting is extremely important. If you're not sure what I'm talking about, dBA and dBc weighting in regards to measuring SPL, that's really, it's 96 dBc weighted. It's about 92 dBA weighted.
Right, yeah, A weighted is what, down to like 500 hertz? Is that where the cutoff is?
I think it's lower than that. I'm not exactly sure, but C weighting is like subaudible. You'll hear, you can measure a very high SPL C weighted signal, like, you know, from air conditioning or whatever, that you don't hear. It's just like a really low, like woo, but it can be loud as hell. Your ears don't pick up, you know, the Fletcher-Munson curve screws you.
Okay, I'll shut up now. W3MMR.
The Fletcher-Munson curve, man. That was you.
Yeah, Fletcher-Munson. That was my name on gearsluts.com. I think it was Fletcher-Munson or something like that.
Yeah, well, that's been the excuse for crappy audio and ham radio for years. People citing the Fletcher-Munson curve where low frequency audio does nothing and it takes lots of power. Blah, 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 and you really don't need anything up above 2300 hertz to be audible. So all amateur radio should sound like crap.
Yeah, you can't, and not to mention most crusty old ham radio operators, their basilar membrane is all screwed up, so the actual Fletcher-Munson curve is worse in reality. So that's especially, you only need 300 to 3K, and that's hi-fi.
I keep looking at you coming in at 0 on my S meter because I'm looking at the wrong receiver.
Oh.
Yeah, I know. I gotta get my stuff together over here, man.
When was the last time you got a hearing test, Dave, man? Because my basilar membrane is a little bit screwed up.
What?
You know, the basilar membrane, the little hairs that vibrate in sympathy to acoustic waves. You still got all yours? How are your 15 and 16 KC resonant basilar membrane hairs doing?
I can tell you that in my in my left ear, my frequency response is got a hole in it in a 3 to 4 KC range. It's really bizarre, but I happen to have been next to an explosion that not only hit me with the initial wave, but it hit me with a reflected wave also. So it was not good for my left ear, and I got a hearing test shortly after that. But that's for off the air. Well, let's just say what?
Well, you're lucky though. At least it wasn't an AC/DC concert.
Well, first of all, I wouldn't go to an AC/DC concert because, like, really? I wouldn't go to a Rolling Stones concert either. I mean, come on.
Man,
Yeah, I don't have any holes in my frequency response. It's still nice and flat, but it definitely falls off at 14K. I can still hear 15K, but I think a lot of it is psychoacoustic because I just know, and I kind of cheat the test, I guess. But yeah, like 15K is a little muddy, and then 16K I don't really hear anymore.
Yeah, wait till you get old, man. You haven't seen anything yet.
Not doing my hearing any favor right now.
Yeah, well, that's the way it goes, kid. What the man say? When the world is running down, you make the best of what's still around.
Yeah. Is that from that track Boogie Wonderland?
I don't think there were any boogers involved.
Anyway, I didn't really want to wreck your QSO, so let me be quiet here. W2VW.
Oh, hold on. Let me get my audio processing equipment. All right. If you're watching on stream, this is going to be funny looking.
Okay, Dave, I just wanted to make sure that I had audio.
Wait a minute. I got to adjust my audio here. It's not easy to do with this mixture of DSP and ASP and a little bit of FU thrown in there. Wait a minute. Okay. Hold on. This is not easy to do over here.
All right, here we go. Oh, wow, look at that. Oh, my watt meter is really moving. How's that, Billy?
You're sounding fine, Dave. I've made some adjustments to my audio over here. It may be pleasing. Do I have enough low end in my audio? I'm not sure if the flex is passing this, but because my voice is naturally amazing. So what are you hearing? Oh, hold on. Let me adjust this for a moment. Going over, doing very technical things. Hold on a minute here. All right, let me do this and that, and then I'm doing lots of things. Okay, how is the audio now, Dave?
Okay, wait a minute. I can't figure out which side of this to talk in. Gotta look at it. Hello. Okay, this is really good. Oh my God, I can't even hear him. 5 minutes. Well, it's really good to hear you here on 75 meters tonight, and I've got a lot of limiting going on here. Wait a minute, I don't think I really need all that. Stand by a minute. All right, there, that's the, oh yeah, that's the move. Oh, wow. Wow, there's a, wow. Ooh, yeah, I got that turn. Ooh, yeah. Hello. Oh my God. Hopefully, I can use some improvements over there with the station. Now, how much money did you spend on it?
Your audio was so impressive that I honestly couldn't make out what you were saying. There was a tremendous amount of low end. That's an impressive transmitter. I'm very impressed by the fact that you were able to do that and not launch anything in your system. Very, very good. Fine business. Wait a minute. This is I can't unkey yet. Well, I was let me well, dang, I can't. There's nothing else to say about myself, so I guess I'll have to unkey. W2BTK.
Wait a minute, have you told me that you can't understand a damn thing I'm saying because I've got too much bass? So I've arrived. Thank you. And 73. Look for my QSL card. W2.
I literally can't even understand you. I can understand you, Dave.
How about this? Can you hear my bass? Does my bass sound okay?
It's trippy, like there's no audio. It's just whoa, 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 whoa.
All I heard was QSL card.
Did you just shut down all of the the multi-bands except for like the lowest one in your 9024? I bet that's what you did.
Oh, that was my. I still haven't put it back yet here. That was my ribbon mic with the bass turned up so that I was really swinging the watt meter.
There was zero intelligibility. I couldn't tell what you were saying.
Yeah, man, but you should have seen what it looked like on the watt meter. I mean, really, isn't that all that matters?
No, you're right. It doesn't need to. You did it correctly.
All it is what it looks like on the watt meter. It looked good on the scope too. It was very round, and I really don't have anything to talk about anyway.
Perry, you got any low end?
Yeah, hold on. I can get some low end in here. You want me to get some low end in here? Alright, there's a little more low end. Let's go here. Crank that up there. How does that sound? Let's bump that up a little bit there too. I can see it on the pan adapter that I'm getting pretty low. Around the 60 to 80 hertz range. A little more than a quarter. W3 MMR.
You got the same thing going on. It's like it's modulating all that low stuff way up, and then everything else is like in the Swedes. Very no intelligibility. I boosted up my low end now, man. Yeah, I got fake bass, man. Yeah. That's like what, a 3 dB boost at somewhere. Yeah, man. Yeah. I never do this. I never transmit with bass. Fake bass. Is it pleasing? Is it soothing? Why is it necessary? It's not. Does it add to intelligibility? No. But man, I sound like I might impress you.
Now you need to wreck a QSO and you'll be all set. W2VW.
All I know is, Billy, that I didn't hear much of a difference, but you changing your voice, talking differently because of it. That is great. I put in well, it's not there anymore, but when I was messing around, I put a 10 dB boost at 50, 70, or 50, 60, and 80. And left everything else alone. So, yeah, it probably was pretty unintelligible.
Yeah, 10 dB boosts in general are no good ever.
I have no boost anywhere in my EQ. Excuse me, no, I have 2 dB at 2600 and 3200, that's it. And 50 hertz is flat, and there's a lot of cut everywhere else.
Yeah.
Roger, so, yeah, what are you going to buy next week?
Well, my ICOM 7300, well, I have several ICOM 7300s and more than one Flex radio, but I was thinking maybe I would get another Flex and install it on my ass, so when I walk around, I will be able to communicate, and especially for those times when I really need to get in there, when there's 2 or 3 people having a discussion, and it would help me interject. I would be able to do so even if I was not at one of my many ICOM 7300s or Flex radios available in the house. Perhaps I would be in the yard or in the bathroom. I would still be able to get in and interject and ask, as I am right now, how does my audio sound? This is W2BTK.
Sound like frickin' 14178 about 20 years ago, man. Well done.
SSB, man.
HHH, baby.
So the weather sure was nice, and I didn't want to break up the QSO. I tried never ever to do that, ever. So, sue me.
I forget what we were talking about. Oh, we were on a pretty in-depth AGC conversation about adjusting our AGCs, but I don't think it was that important.
Where's Clark?
Audio up, by the way.
What'd you say?
I said you've managed to screw your audio up. It's weird.
It's weird. I put it back to where I had it. What did I do?
It's got like a going while you're talking.
How did you do that?
Oh, I see it. Yeah, I see it on the watt meter.
That sounds crazy, Dave.
How are you doing today? How is your transmitter?
God damn, I remember you were screwing around. I just, screwed everything up. Hold on, I'll be right back.
That's my Richard Nixon impression.
Oh, no, I can't shake my head hard. It gives me an instant headache.
People have got to know that their president is not a crook.
Oh.
I just love this background hash that's on here, supposedly from defective giant-ass shortwave transmitter.
Hello, radio. Is that any better? Hi.
Yeah, that's good. You're fine.
I just had to restart the software. Who knows? But it didn't like what I did.
Yeah,
we need a buffer update.
It's like a 756 where somebody tries to use it on AM and they don't have the battery going in the ALC thing in the back, and it's like...
Yeah, well, I'm using virtual audio cable to pipe in my audio into this, and it gets a little funky sometimes when I start doing too much at one time, so I just have to reset things and put it back to where I had it. See, it looks different on the pan adapter now. There's not so much going on like there was before. That was weird.
Hey, Perry, you know anything about cameras?
What kind of camera?
Like, if you were gonna spend $250 on a camera, would you just go ahead and buy, that price GoPro, or would you look for a used DSLR?
Well, I just bought a used DSLR, a Nikon D3200, about a month ago, and it's awesome. Don't get me wrong, the only thing I wish I could do is use it as a webcam, and I can't. But if you're just going to be recording stuff and then video editing it and putting it on YouTube, it's awesome because it films in full HD, 1080p, 30 frames per second. But with GoPros, they'll also film in 2K, 4K, and you can use them as a webcam. If you're not going to be actually snapping pictures and just taking video and you want to use it as a webcam, I would say a GoPro. But if you want to snap pictures and have super awesome pictures,
welcome, man. I just saw
video,
that.
but
Thanks for the follow.
Webcam, then a DSLR.
Yeah. It's hard to find a used one that's I don't know. It might just be easier to get. I don't know what for what I'm going to be doing, 1080p video, I think maybe a GoPro is just as good. And then I have a list of which DSLRs work that have clean HDMI out that you can use as a webcam. It's just that's what I'm looking at right now. But you got a DSLR, you love it. But the ones that have clean HDMI out, you can use as a webcam, are generally a little more bucks.
W2 very weak, just because.
Hi, Dave. I think I paid, what did I pay for mine? I got it off of Facebook Marketplace. Got a super good deal on it. The RE was like an old man. He's like, I couldn't figure out how to use the thing. So just, and I got 2 lenses with it. And like I said, mine doesn't do webcams, but I know, like you said, there's a bunch that do, and they are more expensive generally. But like with the GoPros, like it all depends on really what you're filming. Like if you want to be able to film something and, you know, with different, you know, lens types and be able to zoom, or, you know, have like a fisheye lens type thing, or a wide angle, or, you know, if you want to do like panoramic, like night shots of the sky. But if you're just going to be, you know, filming radio stuff, you know, a GoPro will suffice. And like with the newer GoPros, you can hook external microphones up to them, and, you know, so on and so forth. And the new GoPros are cool. Like if you want to use it underwater, you don't have to put one of those plastic cases around it. They're waterproof as they come. You know. So, I was actually looking at getting a GoPro. The new Hero, was it the Hero 7? Just one of the newer ones. Before I bought the DSLR, but I ended up going with the DSLR because I do a little more, you know, shooting photos and other stuff with it as well. But I mean, if you're free, what you're going to be doing, probably a GoPro would probably be more than efficient.
Yeah, that was pretty helpful. Because that was basically what I was thinking. I'm not going to be doing a lot of photo stuff, although it would be cool if I could. But for the purposes of this, maybe a brand new GoPro would be the best thing. I don't know. Still thinking about it. Dave, did we bore you to tears?
No. Didn't bore me at all. I'm almost sort of kind of maybe interested in this just as a distant observer. And it's fun to watch people go places, and I'm not doing it myself. So if I absorb 5% of this, I'm in good shape. Thank you.
I'm trying to find a comfortable like receiver notch that doesn't degrade your guys' audio and that makes it like so I don't have to listen to even more.
Yeah, you're gonna have a hard time with that. That stuff is it's in there, and there's a few kilowatts behind it. You know?
No, that's cement mixer fiddly.
Yes.
Hey, Timmy.
Yeah, I've been listening in for a little bit. I've noticed that thing is in there. I don't know where it's coming from.
It's been getting like stronger as the days go by.
Maybe it'll blow up soon.
Oh, it's not anywhere near as loud as any of you guys. It's just kind of like a fly.
No, it just means no piss-weakers allowed.
Yeah, and you can't, if somebody's in a fade or, you know, heavy QSB, you can't tell when they stop transmitting. But yes, that's true. Nobody's going to check in with a TR4.
Yep. Or some kind of an icon or another rice box into a J5RV.
Well, they'll probably still try, though. W2BTK.
Good, I hear.
Hey, Billy. I can't help but ask, but the other night I heard you in there briefly, and you were all pissed off about something. What was that?
Oh, I had a problem with the amp, and I spent like all day going through and fixing stuff and doing this and that, and like I tried to get on the air for like a quick, maybe like 20 seconds tops air check, and every time I broke into any QSO, everybody'd be like, well, what are you doing? Like, you're walking on so-and-so, like, wait your turn. You want to talk to us, like, you know, you got to get in line. I was like, no, I just want an air check. All right, jerks, bye. You know, like, I'm not trying to break in the QSO. I was doing some stuff over here, and I just wanted to break in and make sure it was working, and then I was going to leave. So I tried that on 75, and I tried that on 85, and, like, it sucked. Like, I couldn't get a quick air check from any of these AM guys that hang out here. I think you were on 85, but it was such a beehive that, like, you know, it just didn't work, and I was all bent out of shape, just like, screw this, I can't get an air check. Everyone thinks that, like, you know, I'm keying up on top of somebody because I want to get in on the QSO and spew what I have to say, which is not the case. I just wanted an air check, and it was tough. My patience was already being tried by a lot of things, and then I get on the air, and the inability to get a quick air check from anybody out here was like the last straw, I guess.
Geez, I guess the deck was stacking up. I just remember you just started popping up. Because, you know, it was quite a mess that day. You know, I would have said, screw it. Just keyed up and said, I'm looking for an air check. The problem is I've got a delayed echo thing and I can't respond immediately, so give a few seconds before you give me a report. And I've noticed that with some of the stuff I've been playing around with, that there had been a delay with the transmitter power supply still discharging and wiping out who was coming back to me. I told people over and over and over again, you're going to have to give it 5 seconds or so before I can hear you. And people just didn't seem to hear me say that. So, you know, I could only respond to a few things. And it's like, people got to slow down.
Yeah, I don't know. I was in a tizzy anyway.
Yeah, well, I've been there many times before, let me tell you.
Yeah, when's the last time you transmitted in the 8-to-1 SWR?
Well, there you go. A little bit of power, things fizz and fart, go arc, spark, and bang in the night.
And it gives you something to do the whole day after.
Yeah.
And left to fix.
Yeah, and I fixed it all, and I got on the air, and I want to make sure it was working, and I was just like, I had to deal with everybody's personality, and I was just like, no.
It happens. There's many a times where in my short time out here that I've come out here and gotten a tizzy for absolutely no reason, just because I was having a bad day.
Well, I remember back when I was playing around with my 80-meter dipole on 160, and this is like about 18 years ago, and I got on 1885, and there's a round table of guys, and I'm trying to get a signal report, and a friend of mine who was up the road about 25 miles had a full-size 160 antenna, and the same exact power level, the same video, everything was the same, processing gear, everything the same, you know, and I'm trying to get comparative signal reports between myself and this guy and everybody else to see just, you know, how this thing was holding up. And they all wanted to do the, okay, let's turn it over to you, how's your fishing trip? And, and this was on AM. And it was very frustrating because they didn't want to, you know, I waited my turn and all, and brought up my subject and blah, blah, but they didn't want to hear it. They weren't interested in it. And I'm like, you know what? These guys want to listen to self-talk, and they don't give a damn about what anybody else has to say.
Ding, ding, ding. That's it.
Whoa, that was weird.
And now they're all dead.
That's it. They just want to hear themselves talk. A lot of these dudes. Sometimes me, you know. I don't know. I ramble on, but for the most part, I try to have a conversation.
Well, when you find yourself sounding like the cantor at a religious celebration, it's time to stop.
The bobble biters.
Speaking of which,
I'm transmitting on the array. Is my signal all right, or am I battling it out with the garbage?
Were you just on the diaper pole, or did you just switch to the array?
No, I'm using the wire array. It just happened to be on. I switch over to the diaper pole when that meat grinder diddly gets a lot louder, so it's urine peeing in nature.
Oh, well, you're fine down here. You were stronger a minute ago, but it's just a band, and you're coming back up now, so I hear you fine.
You're above the crud by 20 dB.
Good. Oh, you got the crud wipe around the channel, man.
How about it, Mr. Crud Wiper, Crud Wiper, Crud Wiper? Kick it on black.
You're 57 dB above the crud there, Timmy. In Jersey.
That's a great report from Jersey.
Yes, SNR. That's all I got. No S meters, no nothing. Relative SNR.
Well, that's what matters, and a lot of people don't get it. Oh, geez, you're coming in at 40 over 9. Well, with reference to what?
Every dB has got to have a reference.
Dave's 62 dB above the noise.
So I always keep breaking people's balls. Okay, 40 over 9. What is your noise for?
Well, you're fighting a tough battle there, Timmy, trying to keep amateur radio technically competent. That's a tough battle, but you know what? In some fronts, we're still winning.
Yeah, I'll say that. Well, I heard somebody in here earlier. Maybe it was several hours ago, before I lay down, that was using a rice box on the AM, but he was saying he was getting 100 watts out of it. It sounded overdriven, and it's like, oh, God.
But do you want to be the bearer of bad news? I mean, after so many times, do you really want to be the bearer of bad news?
Well, you know, the older you get, the more curmudgeonly, I guess it's like that Ronald Reagan bit. Frankly, Nancy, I don't give a shit.
There he goes again.
You know, there's quite a few people who, if they can hear you know, copy what you have to say, then they hand you a good report, and it's like, tell the truth. The truth sometimes hurts. They will either A, buck up, investigate why they got a report like that, ask questions, and become a more astute radio amateur, or they'll get pissed off at me. They gave me a bad report, you know. So, live and learn.
I'm going back to slop bucket. I'm going to tell VW. I've had enough of you AM guys giving me critical audio reports.
Wah. Call the wambulance.
The funniest thing ever is the guys in the contest, like, giving out 5 and 9s to everybody. It's like, yeah, your signal report is 5 and 9, but please come back with phonetics. 3 or 4 times I wasn't able to get your call sign. What?
Oh, I know. Ain't an awful, as the man said.
Why even give a signal report? Be like, just tell them, yes, I hear you.
Yeah, that's what I tell people. I don't just say, not 5-9. It's I'll get reports like 4x6, you know, 5x7, 2x4, you know, just to confuddle them.
So, Timmy, how's it up there? Can you get all the stuff you need to get to carry on with life, groceries, and 12 AT7s and all that?
Oh, sure. My wife is pretty much taking care of the procurement department, and I'm just basically a house ornament.
Yeah. You feeling okay? You got that situation leveled out there?
Oh, you busyness and all that?
Yes.
No. Yesterday was a rough day. Today was a rough day, I felt great and a good night's rest. Then when I go out and start moving around, it really starts kicking in. My thoughts are it's the meds. So I'm down to 2 meds now. Wait a minute. So we'll see where that goes, and then I'm going to phase them out entirely. Because last year, when I got away from the meds, is when I felt my best. So we'll just take it a little bit at a time.
Yeah, man. Well, I hope you figure it out, the right balance of what works. That's the thing. When you're on medication, you're always part of an experiment. How much is enough, and damn, how much is too much? So, yeah, take good care of yourself. Because amateur radio needs the Timtron. You got stuff to do, man.
Yep, I got a lot of stuff to do, but I'll tell you, get up and I look at things and say, oh, Christ, I can't summons up the to get to work on this or do that. I help my move some heavy items around, and it's just all I can do. And that's not like me, because I just jump in and do it. And, she keeps telling me, well, remember how you felt when you were still on the meds. Remember how you felt, and then when time passed, you felt a whole lot better. And that's what I'm looking forward to.
You got to do a balance sheet every day. At the end of the day, you say, was today an improvement, or did things go badly, and why? And hopefully you're able to fine-tune it. Anyway, best of luck to you, OM, and it's 2020, so our health system knows a whole lot more than it ever did. Anyway, regards to Marcy, she's got to take care of you. Wow, that's not easy. W2VW.
No, it's not the easiest job. She does a real good job. Yeah, another thing is that when I felt better, I always wanted to keep on the radio and rattle cages there. Lately, I put the thing on, and if there's 1 or 2 people in there that I find annoy me or just rub me the wrong way because of who they are, I don't get on now. I just don't get on. And then I hear people like Billy in there and you and others and saying, maybe I should get on. But, I'm glad I put this thing back on tonight.
Yeah, man, Billy reminds me of the recordings that I got from Bert JYU, from the late 60s. There's something going on with Billy. I don't know what the hell's wrong with him. What?
QTF.
Oh, Billy reminds me of, old recordings from way back. You hear Dave ZRF and a couple other guys. He sent out some recordings, a few years back, of people who were on here, and they were excited about how all this crap worked, and wanted to communicate and all that stuff, and it was fresh.
Yes, it was. Yeah. Well, it seemed like when Tom J.J. was active, all the other guys, it just brought the old luster back. 75 and the evening started being a lot of fun. It was a lot of fun, and I'm hoping that he finishes up that 8:30 working on and jumps back on with us.
Yeah, man. Yeah, I see Chuck's rig that he's working on too. Chuck was always a blast, but I don't really remember Chuck being on for long amounts of time on this band. I talked to Chuck more on 10 meters than I did here.
Yeah, or 40. You know, he got fed up with 75. He liked it when 60, but his antenna came down, and then when he had up at 75 came down, he's like, screw it. But I've had a few long conversations with him on the telephonium, and he's got all these high ideas for the antennas that may work very well. The thing is he has his own set philosophy and design of doing things as I have mine. Yeah, we'll have this conversation, and he'll basically like, some of my ideas are flawed, or I could do better, or whatever, and it's like, yeah, well, I could do better with this thing, but I'm following this philosophy for a reason.
Yeah, but that's something you've still got somebody you could bounce stuff off of. How long have you known Chuck? Like 55 years? I mean, who's got that?
Nobody. He's the first person I ever met through ham radio. That was in the summer of '66.
Yeah, that's amazing. So that's a treasure, you know, even if you don't agree. I mean, if you did agree on everything, you know how it goes. Yeah, he's a real treasure, especially for you. Chuck knows a lot of crap about radio besides AM. You know, he knows propagation, he knows people, who did what happened then, you know. He's not out there spreading it around too much on this band, and I fully understand why he's not.
Yep. Yeah, well, he certainly knows the score, that's for sure. So I enjoy getting on with him when we do. Anyway, enough of that. Kept it long enough here. He's kind of hanging in the sidelines. I'm going to sit by and have a drink of water. Yeah, I wasn't feeling very well. My wife made me up dinner. But something did not agree with me, and I had been lying down for a while watching TV with her, and then I got up and had to drain the log and get on 75. Next thing you know, the rumblies came down below, and I started messing it up. So I don't know, active load in the system, but that got cleared out, so I had some much simpler food and feeling relaxed.
Well, better going forward. That's no fun. Yeah, somebody else take it, because I'm not really all that important, even though I can turn up my bass. W2BW.
Oh my God. Yeah, Tim, I'm glad you jumped on anyway. You guys are talking about like abandoning 75 meters, and I get close like all the time, but I've only been doing this for 3 years, you know. But I could totally see why somebody might do that. Let me be the first to say 75 meters kind of sucks. Like 75 meter AM, you really gotta want it. There's gotta be like a real good reason, you know. And I have fun doing it right now. So there's that. It's probably why I do it. All my friends are out here, and I can put up with the crap for now. It's fun. But, yep. Let's see. I've been out here 3.5 hours on a Sunday. I might sit back. Like, I'm getting a little fatigued just from being in this high noise environment, temperature fluctuations, you know. I just took my sweatshirt off, which is weird because, you know, anyway, this thing's running well with the big blower on top that you can very, very much hear in my audio, but that's temporary. Anyway, it's just fun hearing guys who know stuff talk about stuff. You know, like I don't mind sitting back and listening to you. You know, Dave, you talk to Timmy about this or that. But yeah, then there's the other aspect. You were making fun of it just before I keyed up. Yeah, how's my you know exactly what I'm talking about. But you know, I put up with it. I have fun. That's it. That's why I'm here. The minute I stop having fun, you won't hear me. W2BTK on Montana Mountain.
And it says WA1HLR. Yeah, I know that feeling. Not having fun, pack it in, walk away for a while. Don't give it up. Just, you know, put it aside, think about things, change your modus operandi, maybe relocate to a different playground. That's part of the reason why I have relocated in many cases to 3705. But then again, in the summertime, I don't get on there that much, and I wasn't on this at all this morning because I didn't get up till late. But you know, I'd be on for about 3 or 4 hours every night. Or I'd go away, take a break, and then I'd show up around 11:30, midnight for the LNC, as I call it, the late night crew, which was different group of guys, different mentality. Everybody was just like real laid back. And it became more of a semi-old buzzard round table, but you know, moved along. But you had different characters. So, long years, there's been tremendous changes. So what can I say? Well, so, yeah, you know, as long as you're having fun and you can throw it right back at somebody if they piss you off. Somebody pisses me off, I'll tell them off. I don't hold back like I did.
Well, yeah, I think that has to be, you know, when you're young, it's a little easier, you know. And I speak my mind.
Yep. Yeah, you know. That's just the way it goes. I'm just about talked out. That's the thing, is that my energy levels tend to drop, and after I'm on this thing for about an hour, I just start winding down a bit and try to just monitor it. Then something crops up and I got something to say, I'll say it, you know. But that's, it always keeps always keeps changing. As far as the blower is concerned, don't worry about it. Back when I was a JM, the sound of blowers was a signal of muscle. It was a radio He-Man thing. You had blower noise, man, that meant you had big tubes in the transmitter. So don't screw with me, you know. So it's not offensive. It's not an offensive blower noise. What I find is an offensive blower noise is, you know, Rotron came out with a series of blowers, and I'm sure Dave knows them, the Centromax. They're molded fiberglass housing, and they're designed to get the greatest amount of back pressure for a given size and energy. And transmitters that use them, they'd be going, wee, wee, the most annoying whine you'd ever want to hear.
Well, This one doesn't whine too bad. It's just moving so much air. It's just the sound of the air moving, you know. But the whine is not too bad. And when I put the duct on this thing, it's going to be pretty quiet. But yeah, I mean, having blower noise is one thing. When we used to be on the CB and the guys were running big mobile rigs with a bunch of alternators and step-up transformers, sometimes you would run, you know, a little bit smaller filter cap or whatever, and it would give you that alternator whine, man. Like, you'd key up an RPM dependent whine, like kind of behind your signal, and that's how you knew the dude was like, uh-oh, he's in the big mobile. And they wanted that. They would play with capacitor values to get their whine right. So yeah, I don't know. I don't particularly like a noise floor or blower noise or buzzes or this or that. I mean, they're cool, but I'd rather be sterile and clean and just, you know, come from critical listening and working in studios and stuff, and it's just like built into my nature to try to decrease that stuff as much as possible. But I mean, look at what I'm doing. So I'm saying one thing and doing the other. But that's just how I feel about it. W2BTK.
Philly Miss Radio Moscow. W2VW.
WA1H and LR. Well, you know. It's all a progression of reaching a certain goal. As for me, I built my 1000 transmitter. It was in the center room in the shack in Pork Rot. It was only a couple of 3 feet from me, and the few times I'd have that thing up and running, the blowers would just... They'd modulate about 25-30%. It was bad. I didn't use it much. But once I got things going up here many years later, I had an 8x16-foot porch, which one time P.W. Fallon and Rich Roney came up. We formed the CMF Construction Company, Crazy Mofo Construction Company, and I had a bunch of scrap lumber and new lumber, and we whipped up a lean-to shed against the one side of the trailer, and a shed-type roof and all that, and brought the 41000 rig in, which was sitting out there on the tarps in sections. And I got that thing up and running, but I had a sliding door between that and the 8x8-foot ham shack, which is at one end. So when I closed that door, the noise was mostly cut off, but you could hear it way in the background. So to listen to my signal some night when it was pounding in, and you could hear a fart in Tierra del Fuego. You'd hear a little bit in the background. You would know something evil was going on.
Well, that might be kind of what I get. For now, I was just going to set up in the other room and remote my audio and whatever I need over there. It'll probably be like just a few things. Set up a desk on the other side of the wall so I could close the door in the shack here and have a computer and a microphone and all the crap I need to, have my transmitter area and my studio separate, because the studio's inside the transmitter room right now, as you can tell.
Oh yeah. Well, it was the same kind of thing. I remote controlled it, but it was very rudimentary. The thing I would do nowadays is have remote metering and Viswire protection and all that, because there were I would sometimes wipe out SO239 and SO259 connectors that would arc and weld themselves together, and I remember burning holes in the plate. You know, burning holes in the plate of the 41000 in the final. Yep. Always breaking stuff, but bit by bit I worked it out. Anyway, speaking of working it out, I'm gonna sit back here and listen in, and then I think I might fade to black. And it was always, you know, it's always good to be in here. Stir the ashes. W2VW from WA1H YLR. That garbage is slowly getting louder, even though I'm using a somewhat directional array.
Roger, Roger. Fine business, OM. Anyway, let's bumping into you, Timmy, and wish you the best there. Hoping for some more fun ham radio and some useful ham radio going forward, where everybody progresses in their being, if it were, you know, how it were, whatever. I don't know. I'm not very reflective here. It's the end of the week. It's the beginning of the week. I don't know what the hell day it is. Doing a COVID-19 lockdown here, man. It's bizarre. I don't know what end is up. But it's always good talking with you. And I really wish you the best there. And nice to hear you all. And thanks for taking the time out to say yay-o-lo. So there you go. Over you, Billy. W2, very weak.
Yeah, Timmy, thanks for keying up and saying hello. That's nice. I think I'm gonna mosey too, man, because my head's like... I think it's a combination of, like, I'm ready to eat dinner, which I should have done a little while ago, and, like, I've been sitting in like a 100 dB SPL noise floor for 3 hours, 46 minutes, and 15 seconds. But real fun anyway, I don't know. So, yeah, it seems like a good point to mosey. Unless, Dave, you bring something up that just blows my mind and we have to discuss.
See you guys, I'm out too. W3MMR.
Good night, Perry.
Was in there.
Yeah, I've still been here. I haven't gone nowhere. I've just been listening, but I am going now. But anyway, have a great night, guys.
Yep. There you all. Boy, the static levels are coming up, you know. The garbage is one thing. 75. Static.
Bye, Timmy! Bye! Bye, Timmy! And see you, Perry.
See you, Timmy, Dave, Billy. Catch you guys tomorrow.
Peace, love, and happiness. So, Billy.
Yes?
Why don't you go get yourself a refrigerator box and make a duct? So you don't have to listen to that crap, man. You know, even if you move it 10 feet away. Yeah. I can fully appreciate what you're going on, you know, what you got going on there. I can't talk. I can fully appreciate it, but I can't say it. Yeah. I know what that's like. I know exactly what that's like, and I wouldn't want to sit anywhere near that.
Yeah. I gotta get... So what I'm thinking just for now, without cutting holes in the floor and moving this thing, which is, you know, that's a thing, I'm gonna just set up, you know, like if you walk out of my shack, and you know my shack well, you walk out into the living room and there's the fireplace and all that crap there. I was just gonna plop a desk there, somewhere nice and open. I can see out the window and hang out, have the fireplace behind me, and just use that as my operating position. And when I have to change frequency or do something, I'll just get up and walk into this room and do what I need to do, and then go back out there and sit down and operate. for now. I think that'll be nice, and that'll be a nice place to set up my new PC. That's not gonna like compound itself onto whatever mess I have going on here. It'll be like a fresh setup on a clean desk, and I think it has the potential to stay that way, like clean. If that is just an operating position and a streaming position, you know, like it won't. I'll just be doing that while I'm there, so it won't get trashed out. Because this position, I stream here, I operate from here, I surf the web here, I eat here, I work on stuff here. So it's like, if I take my arms and go like spread them out, like crap falls on the floor, and it just is this nasty to sit here for 4 hours. You know, I'd really have to do a lot of layout. So for now, I'll just remote my crap, make a little operating position, and I'll close the door in the shack, and I think that'll pretty much knock it out of there.
Yeah, 2BTK, 2BW. That sounds like a good solution. I like that idea. But make sure that you include mode and frequency diversity into that other shack. So whatever it is you have to do to change modes and change bands when you get disgusted with stupidity, you need to be able to do something about it. And you don't have to go back in that room and all that crap. That's my thought. But it's your shack.
Man, that adds a layer of complexity, doesn't it? Because I'll have to put the 440 out there. Man, well, I'd really have to maybe not do that right away and think about it for a while before I did it, if that was going to be the case. But I think what I really want out of this is a place to set up this new computer that's like clean and not cluttered and just like out in the open. So I can, as I'm setting everything up, because it's going to be frustrating, you know, I just want a very pleasant experience. So that's thing one. And I'm going to do that anyway. But then I figured, why not? I have XLRs and this and that, coax. I can remote my watt meters, my microphone, my foot pedal, and a link to the computer that controls the SDR, and just set it up there. It's not like any more stuff on the desk or anything. It's just a few wires and peripherals and things, and I can just operate from there, you know, for now. But yeah, it's gonna be, I'm gonna go to like a 3 computer setup here, so I'll be able to get up from that position and walk in here and be frequency dependent, you know.
Yeah, well, you remember what I did here? I moved from the basement up here to this shack, but I left certain things that are still down there, like all the antenna switching stuff and power distribution is all still down there where it used to be, but I operate from here. So you do it a little bit at a time. And that's how you go places, man. You know, you want amateur radio to make you better at what you do. You picture it as a large installation somewhere in a building somewhere, you know, where you've got to move operations that are operating and cannot be interrupted. And today we have to be on the air, whatever it is we do, and tomorrow we have to be able to do it. But we're moving offices. And that's a very good skill. Being able to stay up with operations, not being interrupted, and moving the physical location where you control everything and where everything happens. So, yeah, put yourself a plan together, do it a little bit at a time, and amateur radio is increasing your skill set. Yeah, imagine that.
You know, I didn't think about it like that as such like a learning exercise, but yeah, that's exactly what I'm going to start getting into, is setting up a remote studio. Yeah, and the complexity layer that you added is the one that's going to really make it a learning experience. Because what I was talking about doing is just like, you know, people can go on Amazon and buy extensions for things and do it that way. But yeah, to be able to control all this crap and do all that, different modes, different bands and that from there, I'm still going to have to walk into the shack to do like AM stuff like tune a Viking or the amp or this or that, but I don't think it would be that hard. I'm going to have to buy crap though, like to do it. The other way, I think I have enough crap laying around that I could just do it and keep walking in here for now. So, but you know, what am I worried about buying? I just bought a bunch of crap, so yeah, I guess that's why I'm worried about it.
Hey, you'll get it. You're not stupid. You've got enough experience and you know what to do, and you know, sometimes things don't go right and you walk away from it when you need to, and you go back and dig in and make it play. So that's good. So I'm done. I don't know anything that you need to know. I'm finished.
What?
Yeah, that's it. You're on your own.
Oh no. That's dangerous, Dave.
Yeah, I'm going back to Egg Harbor, and I'm going to kick everybody's ass. I'll send you a video.
Dude, I consider doing that too, you know? Just go, like, mop up on the CB for a while and come back with a new outlook.
Yeah, I occasionally I will go and listen on the Chicken Band here, and man, I gotta say, it's the worst it's been. I think the first time I ever heard a CB radio was like 1971, and it is so devoid of any intelligence. It's a whole, the whole thing is like, I don't know. Where did these people come from? And it's funny because like 80% of them have their ham licenses, and they'll get on the ham bands, but there's no learning. You know, it's just a bunch of guys talking about stuff that they don't really understand. They know what works. They know if you buy this and you plug it in, or you go to this cut and you buy this and you plug it in. But they don't know how anything works, and they're not going anywhere. And man, it's like it's a giant smoldering pussy Arrested Development situation. It's really bad. And I'm like, do I really want to get involved with this crap? You know, I mean, is there anybody that you can scoop up out of that abyss and maybe hold their hand and bring them on into amateur radio? No, it's over, man. There's nothing left. It's just like, you know, cut the cord. A baby has been born, and throw the placenta in the fireplace. Over.
Man, yeah, that's sad, but I'm sure there are people out there on the CB who could, like, do stuff and go places, but I mean, literally what you said, spot on. Why I gravitated towards amateur radio, you know, the lower bands, HF, 75 meters, stuff like that, instead of the CB, it was exactly that. It's all, well, I mean, I don't need to repeat what you said, but it's the guys, they know what to buy and know what works and know what to put together, and then they talk about it, but they don't really know about it. And that was like everybody, like people I looked up to. I'd ask them questions, and it was just like, this isn't going anywhere. And it's fun to exist there, you know, at like the top of the food chain in CB. You got a badass setup, you know enough stuff, you can say things that confuse the hell out of people, but honestly it confuses you as well, you just don't show it. And like that was it. It was smoke and mirrors and this and that, secret technology, and then somebody gets something that works real well, and it's like, no, you'll never have this. You don't know the right people. You're not in the crew. This is secret. Yeah, right. You know, and it's screw all that. Come out on 75. People tell you how to do stuff, know how to explain and know what they're talking about, and it's a different experience, but. Yeah, and I know I'm repeating myself too, but the guys who are at the top of the food chain and that whole CB gang, they came out on 75 and like talk to Timmy or yourself, or like, I mean, some of them, even if they'd have trouble having a technical conversation with me, and I don't even really know that much. I'm like a glorified one of those guys who has been doing HF stuff for like 3 years and sort of knows, you know, definitely more than I did when I was on CB, but like, you know, if I really had to like have a technical conversation with some of these guys, I couldn't. It'd go way over my head. And that's what they fear, and that's why, you know, it's they're fine sticking around in that CB crowd and just being top dog, you know. But it's sad. A lot of those guys have a lot of potential. I think some of them, not a lot, some of them definitely, and they could do great things. But it's exactly as you said, arrested development. So there you go. There's my echo of what you just said in my own words. W2BTK on 75 meter AM. God.
Roger. Well, all the noise is gone. Have you noticed that? Man, I don't hear nothing. You're like, I got my TS440 going here and got the attenuator on, and you're 50 over with the attenuator on. A little TS440. I haven't seen the bottom or the top cover for like 5 years, and it's sitting here on top of the console.
Smiling back at you.
Yeah, and the only reason I put this on is that the noise blanker works better than the FT1000D. And I was trying to listen earlier, how many hours earlier? 5 hours, 6 hours, during daytime stuff where the local neighborhood crap is loud. But now, you know, the static crashes, people that are weak, they all overcome the local neighborhood crap, so I don't really need this receiver. But I'm keeping it on for old time's sake, because I had so much fun with TS440s.
You know, I do too. I'm glad that Tommy let me borrow this thing, because when I'm using it, it's nice, man. It's like, never had the pleasure of using a real HF rig that was like here in the shack with me, that I could like wake up and turn on and use, you know. The only time I ever used anything for real, like a real HF rig, was either at like field day or somebody else's place or this or that, where you're not like in your element. You can't sit down and stare at it and like try stuff, and you know, it's been really nice. Like rice boxes are cool. I'm glad I can play with one, you know. But how weird is that? Like I'm an HF guy, a ham radio operator, and like I've never owned my own rice box.
W2 very weak. Let me break here for a quick signal check. What do you think of this crap?
W2BTK.
Yeah, am I getting out?
Yeah, what kind of radio are you using?
Well, I've got my bass turned up a little bit higher here tonight, and I'm just, you know, really soliciting, honestly, a signal report. If you hear anything wrong besides the content, let me know, because I did give it a quick QC earlier, and I thought it wasn't bad. And then I messed up my frequency response while I was trying to convey the fact that I can put as much bottom end through here as I feel like, up to the point of being really silly.
Now's not a good time. Well, your signal is tremendous. It was peaking, the SNR was like 60 dB, and I have a bunch of notches and yellowy crap going on with my receive, but the frequency response sounds fine. Might sound like a touch brighter than usual is all I can really tell, but then again, my receiver is really effed up right now with, you know, QRM fighting stuff.
Roger. Okay, I'll take that. That's a good way to put it. Okay, so I'll just leave it alone. It's not quite back where it was. I will not go through the effort to do that because I'm lazy.
Yeah, it's weird with the QSB too, because the frequency response gets all flopped around and stuff. But I mean, in the QSB, you sound great, so that tells you everything you need to know. Selective fading is not having very much of an impact at all on what you're doing over there. So I'd say the frequency response is good. You know, that's it. If you sound good in QSB, then you're good.
Well, I'm not doing anything to enhance the positive peaks here. This is totally natural, triangular shaped modulation if you look at the trap. But I'm not doing anything to force the, you know, it's natural positive peak. So after you've heard this, you've been listening to this, here, let me make a change. This is position B. So I'm going to give you position B here for a little while, and hopefully you might tell me if there's any difference, or you don't hear any other, you don't hear any other recovered audio changes, but I think you're going to. So this is position B at W2 very weak here, transmitting on my 1957 transmitter, way back in the past. It's even older than I am, and then I'm going to go back to position A. I had to reach all the way over there. Position A. So this is position A, and you tell me if you can hear one iota difference.
Yeah, it's a dramatic difference in the low end mostly. It sounds like you're position B, you're grabbing a boost down in the low end, really fills it out. It's there. And then the first position, the one you switch back to at the end, it doesn't have that same low presence, although you do have low presence just because of the nature of you. And it seems like the sibilant stuff got like a little brighter, but not quite in like the most pleasing way. Best I can put it. W2BTK.
Roger. Okay, that's great. So you think position A, the sibilance is brighter, but maybe it needs help as far as a little touch of distribution?
Yeah, I like A, and you know how I do my audio, like I scoop all that crap out, just like it sounds in your position A, but yeah, work on the highs. Again, there's QSB, my receivers all whack the hell out, but they just are a little, it's not like shrill, it's just like, they're just like, like, whoa. You know, to me anyway, and who knows why that is. Might be my receive.
I'm still listening. Let me just make a comment real quick. I agree with what Billy said. There's more low end in position B. Position A, there's still plenty of low end response, low end presence, but it seemed like the mid-range, the upper mid-range is more harsh in position A, and if you smooth that out a little bit and worked on the upper mids, I think position A would really sound good. Punchier. Position A would be like more for battle conditions, and position B would be more for 40
my man, welcome. Thanks for the follow, bro.
At 14K.
Oh, thank you, Terry. I appreciate that. Because more than one opinion is always helpful. So, what I did, it was a very simple polarity change at the microphone. That's it. But looking at the oscilloscope envelope pattern, there's a dramatic difference here in peak power from polarity A to B. And I get that you would hear a completely different sound in the bass, because I can see it looking at the rounded waveform change. But the peak power in position B is only about 2/3 of what it is in A. And yes, I need some work on the very high end of this. I'm pounding it It's a little bit, it's like a Frank Zappa guitar solo right now. I know that. I'm doing that on purpose. But thank you. And there you go. So, you know where I'm going with this, Billy.
Oh, yeah. And real quick, before you give it away, let me make some guesses here. Position A is out of phase. Position B is in phase. Is that it?
Well, position A is most positive peaks, and position B is less positive peaks. So, let me do it again. Since you're recording this, and this is going to be on YouTube, okay? This is W2VW on Beechwood Mountain in position A, hello. We already had a little lamb. COVID-19. Alright, here's position B. Position B is like really rounded looking stuff, and I'm trying not to... Mary had a little lamb. I don't like to go JJ because it makes you sound dumb. But anyway, here's position B. Position B is, man, the peak power looks like crap on scope. And let me look over at the hello modulator, and I don't see the clip light or anything. And I go back over to position A. I can just get in the clip light on position A. Mary had a little lamp. Is that enough for you?
So you're telling me that, like, most of your positive peak energy is in, like, the low?
No. It doesn't work like that. That's a Clark thing. You have to remember that you are transmitting a bandwidth, and you have to consider the aggregate of the bandwidth. You can't say most of my positive peaks are in the low. It doesn't work like that. You've got to sit there, you know, if you don't get higher math, you can sit there and you can draw out a bunch of sine waves, and you can add the vectors. You can do like 20, 30, 50, 100 of them, and you can see what happens. You can't say my audio is out of phase at 400 hertz, but it's in phase at 200 hertz. It doesn't work like that. You have to consider the whole entire vector sum of the bandwidth.
So, that whole email Clark sent me was not right?
Well, I know Clark has a different way of thinking about this, and Clark thinks that audio can be in or out of phase at different frequencies, and it does appear that way. And if Clark is humming a certain frequency, it's mostly that frequency. But has Clark stuck a sine wave in there? No, he's humming a frequency. There's fundamental harmonics, there's bandwidth. You're hitting the system with audio, which is not a damn sine wave. It's the vector sum of a bunch of different sine waves, and it doesn't look the same in both polarities.
Asymmetry.
Well, yeah, of course it's going to be asymmetric. So I should take the time and draw this out for people. I should, but who knows? W2 Very Weekend at 10:10. Do you know where your dog is?
Dan, I've been recording too, and I don't have any notch filters or anything in. I'm listening at 10 kc, so you can go and watch it on YouTube and then wind it back for another perspective. But anyway, I said I was getting out of here. I am. I was just wrapping crap up here and finishing writing an email, but now I'm really getting out of here. But either way, sounds good. Very interesting discussion, and
Definitely learned something. 7-3, I'm out. W3 more.
All right, see, Perry. So, Dave, you're telling me that if I want to observe, my envelope and process it, in order to, determine the proper polarity for my audio, I would have to widen the bandwidth and flatten everything out to really see what's going on. You can't just stick, an all-pass filter in there.
Good night, Perry, and thanks. I'll listen to that while I'm mowing the lawn or something in my hi-fi headphones. And I'll be like, who is this jackass? I'll be listening to myself. And I'll think somebody doesn't like me. I can understand why. Thank you. No, an all-pass filter is an easy way to make different program material manageable for an unmanned broadcast transmitter. To use an all-pass filter on amateur radio, to me, it's a step in between how somebody sounds, and if you're on AM, you want to sound like you sound in person, unless you're a jackass and then you want to sound bigger than you are in person. We know about that. It's not something you want to put between you and the system. Unless you've got tons of different program material, you got the traffic, you got the news, you got the local talent, you might play a song. Okay, you can use an all-pass filter. But it sounds like dog crap. And I've heard all-pass filters make normal, healthy Americans sound like they need help.
So, if you're going to run an amateur station and it's going to be the same guy talking every day and you don't change anything, you don't change your processing, this and that, you can get better results by doing just that, processing your audio with maybe, I don't know, multi-band dynamics, something like that. In other words, it's not an upgrade.
Well, listen, if I were in the AM radio business, which is, of course, circling the drain, but if I were in the AM radio business, I might consider having an all-pass filter in my system so that I can maintain standards with nobody running the board and just a bunch of automated crap and some guy with an iPhone somewhere in India who can say, okay, you have that problem, But if I really, really cared about quality, and say I had some talent who were well known from maybe some guy who retired from TV and he's doing some radio, or a real well-known voice, I would not screw up that person's voice with a freaking all-pass filter. It's like a cheap fix.
You heard it here. That makes sense to me. I mean, I don't use them. I had better results with just, tweaking. The processing I get going on here sounds great for my voice. If I run music through it, If I run somebody else's voice through it, But it's like I could optimize it better without that thing, with just my voice. So that's really what you're trying to say, I guess. Why would you use a Band-Aid like an all-pass filter when you don't have that issue, when it's just one guy with one voice in one system all the time? Yeah, it makes sense.
Yeah, and for those who might be listening somewhere or in the archives or whatever, an all-pass filter is, it's a black box where your real audio goes in, and what comes out is symmetrical waveforms with what used to be your audio. It's still you, but it's not quite you.
That's what I was waiting for.
Well, feedback. I do appreciate that. I try to be clear, and if I'm not clear, somebody needs to let me know.
I didn't know it was an active filter.
Good evening, W2BTK.
Hey guys, W2MKM.
Hey, what's up, man?
Hey Billy, hey Dave. Yep, I've been listening and learning for the last couple of hours, so all good, all good. Billy, you're booming in tonight. Over here on Point Mountain, I think you're. I got 8 dB in your 40 over. So sounding good, and Dave on Beechwood Mountain, you're sounding good here.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, I'm getting tired of Billy getting better signal reports than I get. What do you think I should do about that?
Well, to Billy, I'm 10 miles to his east, and I probably got to hop to you. But you guys are just about there. I mean, you're about 30 over, and Bill's probably 40 over.
Wait a minute, Billy's 10 dB stronger than I am? That's the second time this happened today. That's it. I won't be on the air for the next 6 months. I'll be in my basement.
Push-pull, plate modulated 24s.
You know, I'm getting tired of this, Billy.
You gotta push-pull some of them 24s, man.
What the hell I need push-pull? I'm on 75 meters, man. I can parallel all the tubes I want.
Oh, man, but you're going to be on 10 meters soon. Not that soon, but pretty soon.
You're listening to my 10-meter station right here. I'm not going to change this. This is it, man. This is going to be transmitter B. I'm not changing this thing. I can put this sucker right on 29.1 or 29.000. And it works with like 0.05 less % efficiency than it does here. Oh, I'm not changing this.
Yeah, but what if I VIFO up to 10 meters?
Yeah, but you ain't got no antenna.
I do. This works on 10 meters. It's very loby, but where those lobes exist, there's gain.
All right, well, tomorrow at 3 o'clock in the afternoon, let's both get on 10 meter AM.
You'll flatten me. I don't have a Yagi. But I might soon.
Yeah, when you get a tower up, you're going to be a force to be reckoned with. And you're going to make friends everywhere. That's going to be something. But, yeah. Thanks for popping in and telling Billy that he's 10 dB stronger than I need that.
Hey. It's just near field RF. I mean, it's just proximity, Dave. Yeah, I don't know how many miles we've got between us, but it's I don't know what to say. But hopefully we got a beam coming up at some point in the future too. So. Bill, you got to get that crank up going.
Oh, I know. And Ed, this is funny, you might not know, but Dave is the guy who built this amplifier that I'm talking on. So he gets a big kick out of coming out and seeing me with a signal. So it's probably just as much fun for him when I run this thing and spin my power meter as it, it was when he had it for a little while.
Oh, it's beautiful. Nope. And the fans in the background, and like I said, I've been up here listening for a couple hours. Beautiful night. I should have been outside watching the sunset, but I've been drinking wine up here in the shack, which is acceptable.
Yeah, it was a really nice day today. W2 very weak.
Oh yeah, good day to mow the lawn.
Yeah, I was on the tractor for a couple hours, and then pulled the doublet down and squared that away, and I think I got that. It was stuck up in a spruce tree, and a couple of one of the legs was not properly straight, but I don't know if it's done anything to the signal. It's listening good for sure.
Well, hey guys, I'm starting to get a little bit of a headache here. It's 4.5 hours in this 100 decibel environment, and I'm getting hungry, so I'm probably gonna mosey out, and I'll be listening for a little bit from the kitchen. So hate to do it, but I'm jetting, man. I gotta do my thing over here. I'm just getting uncomfortable, you know. It's getting hot in here. I'm starting to sweat. Headache's kicking in. I need a little peace and quiet. So y'all have fun. Real nice catching you out here, Dave. Very good conversation. Excellent ham radio. So with that, I'll catch y'all later. W2BTK listening out.
Roger. Well, I'm going to do the same thing. Ada's been watching TV and asking me how I'm doing, so I think it's time to go get some sleep. So, thanks for the fine business banter. And MTM, I heard you on here. I don't have my little cheat sheet in front of me, so I forget your prefix, but I know you know what you're doing as far as antennas and stations and all that stuff, and you're up by Billy. That's great. It's really great that somebody up there has some experience. You guys get on the air and compare stuff, you know, as both of you change things and blah, blah, blah. That's great. That's what amateur radio is about. Improving, getting better every day, and learning stuff. So, talk to you all later. Thanks. And stay safe. Tomorrow's Monday. Yuck. And I hope the weather's nice. Peace, love, and happiness. W2 very weak here on Beechwood Mountain.
All right, Dave. Good night. And it's Whiskey 2, Mexico, Kilo, Mexico. I gotta get a good acronym here. I never had one in my 40-some-odd years of ham radio. So good listening to you, gents. Always fun, and we'll talk soon. W2 very weak. W2 Kilo Mike on Point Mountain, east of Montana Mountain.
Sorry to screw up your call. MKM, got it. Good night, and thanks. W2BW.
Blower. I've been listening to that thing for 4.5 hours. But oh, she's cooling down. Let me go unplug that real quick. Man, I used to think that blower that's running right now was loud. More ham radio. Thanks for hanging out, guys. I've been kind of like, I've been building a new computer. I'm looking at some cameras and stuff. I want to get my YouTube stuff going. I got a lot of ideas for some videos and things. Try to upload like once in a week. And I'm talking about spending a couple days, you know, on these videos. I want to make them real good. Ham stuff that you might not see. A lot of the YouTube channels I found with ham radio these days are, you know, it's fine. Like the Hi Fine Business just bought a new 7300, product reviews on like HT antennas, and this, and you know, it's cool. But I want to do some like AM homebrew, you know, kind of the other side of ham radio kind of stuff, because I don't think it's well represented You know. So I'm looking at doing that. I'm looking at cameras, computers, stuff. So that's going to be all happening in the next couple weeks. So look out for that. And again, thanks for hanging, guys. Doing my best over here to try to give you something good to watch. So I'm working on it. So with that, if you haven't followed, give the page a follow. You'll be able to find me easier when I go live. And we'll catch you later. Thanks for hanging out, everybody. And I'll see you next time.